All righty, let's get started. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the California Bacteria Summit. And welcome to the Cal EPA building. And it's lovely to see so many people in person and not just on video, although I do know that we have quite a few people who are also watching through our web broadcast, so welcome to everybody. I'm Rebecca Fitzgerald. I am an environmental program manager with the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Water Quality, where I manage our standards and assessment section. So this is right up my alley, looking at standards, looking at other issues associated with fecal indicator bacteria. Really looking forward to the next 3 days. I am going to take a quick moment to recognize and appreciate the planning team that has helped put this Bacteria Summit together. I've been part of that team. Along with me has been Karen Cowan from the California Association of California Stormwater Quality Association, CASQA. Charles Brook formerly with the State Water Board's Office of Information Management and Assessment, and has since left us, but still very much part of the planning team and very much appreciated. Also, I think you probably saw Ashley Desai down in the lobby, helped guiding us up here. She's with Larry Walker and Associates and was a key part of the planning team and execution team. Amanda Blackwell, also with the State Water Resources Control Board, who I do not see at the moment. I bet she's also working some logistics downstairs. And Christine Rico, also with the State Water Resources Control Board, helping make all this happen, along with Ryan Golton from the Consensus Building Institute, who will serve as our facilitator today. So with that, it's been a long time since we've been in this room using it for a face-to-face meeting again. I know I should probably say something about evacuation, which I think we would meet down in Cesar Chavez Park if anything did happen and we needed to evacuate the building. I also ask that you guys keep your cell phones on mute. And then I want to recognize that we have a patched AV system here today. So we had hoped to be able to have our cordless mics go through the room for questions and discussions today. Those aren't working temporarily, so if you do have a question, please speak up. We'll do our best to try to repeat it so that those who are listening on the webcast can still hear what the question is. And with that, I would like to welcome our introductory speakers. Ryan will come in after they talk and give you a little bit about the process and what to expect over the next 3 days. But we're going to kick off with a welcome and really get into California bacteria issues. So I would like to introduce Mr. Jonathan Bishop, the Chief Deputy Director from the State Water Resources Control Board, and Ms. Karen Cowan from CASQA. See, I don't have to say it again because I said the first name full already.
Thank you.
All right, I'll start. So, we did a real good job on every slide but this one saying who starts so that we wouldn't do this, but we forgot to do it on this one. Yeah. So as Rebecca said, I'm Jonathan Bishop, Chief Deputy Director at the State Water Board. I have been dealing with bacteria issues for most of my career, 30 years or so. I worked on the bacteria objectives to Santa Monica Bay when I was at the LA Regional Water Quality Control Board. Seems like these things never go away. But I'm really happy to see folks here and all the folks on the platform to kind of dive into where we are and what we should be thinking about as we move forward.
Do we have a clicker, John, to go next?
I don't.
I think you're going to want to say next slides, and then Joe will flip the slide for you.
All right, next slide, please. All right, so we're going to start with thank you, because to get everybody here to invest your time on this topic, we know is a big investment. 3 days out of anybody's work week is a huge investment. Getting yourself here, airfare, hotels, thank you. So thank you for investing. Thank you investing your time and everything. And for those of you, we have a lot of folks, as Rebecca mentioned, who are watching on live stream. I believe as of 2 days ago, we had no less than 350 people who were ready to be engaged. So we know there's some people who couldn't travel this week, luck has it and you come down with COVID and we're tending to be here and can't, or other things that popped up. So everyone who's engaged in whichever manner, we know this is the start of a very long conversation, and we're thankful to everybody for their engagement. And I also sort of want to note, it's not just folks here in California that are interested in apparently our California Bacteria Summit. We have folks from 7 states who've also registered, the regulatory agencies, which I think is fantastic, as well as the Israeli Ministry of Public Health. So what that says to me is we're asking a lot of questions that a lot of people have the same questions and are really interested in working together on solutions on. So again, thank you to everybody. As far as the breakdown of where people are from, if that helps, we have about, again, all registrations all considered, we have about 35% of folks who identified as stormwater, 30% from the Waterborne and EPA, and about 35% of everyone else from every other stakeholder group. And there's a lot. We have public health departments, we have wastewater, agriculture, grazing, tribal representatives, some NGOs. We have a lot of people from a lot of different places. So thank you again to everybody. And as we get started, actually, you know what, I'm going to hang that note. Do you want to say anything else, John, before we?
No, I did my thing.
You did your thing? Okay. Can you head to the next slide, please? So as we do this, I just kind of want to acknowledge that, again, getting everybody here in the room is about, I view it as sort of daring greatly. We're trying to do something really important, and that takes a lot of courage. And I'm going to encourage everybody sort of leaning into courage over comfort. And what that means is we want everybody's voices to be heard. Every single one of your voices matters, whether you're here in the room or listening remotely. Everybody's perspective matters. And as you share, I want everybody to share their perspective. At the same time, listen to everybody else. Like, that's how we get to the good stuff, is when you bring your voice and really openly listen to other people. So lean into your courage, come off your comfort spot. You've already done that by coming and engaging, even participating online. So it's an invitation for us as we go through the summit. So why are we here in this actual process of a summit itself? First and foremost, we have the same shared goals. We all want the same thing: waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. So to do that, how do we get there? This process of a summit came about, if you think about, you know, again, how do we have dialogue and deliberation with each other? And this is a fabulous graphic. I'm going to thank, I believe it was Jill Murray from the city of, no, not you, Jill, someone shared it with me, and it's so good that it made it into the slide, so whoever you are, thank you. So that first order goal, you know, having a space where we can have issue learning, improve dialogue with each other, and improve relationships. So this is why a summit in and of itself. And then hopefully getting us, as we build on that, to some collective actions and solutions. So, anything else, John?
Yeah, I want to reiterate for everyone that, you know, we're here because we do want water that's safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. That's what the goal, that's what our responsibility is. We're not here to figure out a way to get around those standards. We're figuring out a way to meet those objectives in the best way possible. I see this as an opportunity to share information from us and from you on what are some of the successes and challenges, what are some of the areas where we're making progress and some of the areas where we're not, and ideas to inform us as we move forward on priorities. We're not going to solve this problem in 3 days, but maybe we can highlight where the issues are and where we have consensus on how to move forward. And so I appreciate, as I said, everyone being here, and want you all to think about this as an opportunity to talk about what you see as the path forward for bacteria standards in the state. And I'm up next. Couple of thoughts on why the Water Board wanted to be involved in putting this summit together. Well, back when we adopted the statewide bacteria objectives in 2018, our board said, you know, we're going to move forward with this. We think this is a good starting point, but it's not the end. And you need to continue looking at pathogen indicators and how best to address that. I would note that one of the reasons was that we removed total fecal coliform from a standard at that time, and there were a lot of concerns about that. There were epidemiologic studies that showed there was a correlation between illness and total coliform, and so we committed to coming back and looking at that, looking at all the pathogen indicators and figuring out what is the right way, what is science telling us, what are we learning over time. Additionally, in 2019, we did our triennial review of the ocean plan. One of the top priorities there was to address the issue of standards for shellfish. As many of you probably know, the shellfish standard is very, very low. And how do we address that in recreation, commercial, subsistence fishing? Do we continue with that? Do we look for a better indicator? Not sure the answer to that, but that's one of the reasons that we're here.
So why is CASCWA here? So in 2019, we did an initiative because, as we all know, what if we could work on every problem, every issue, every priority all at the same time? All of our organizations have to figure out where do our energies go, where does our time go, and kind of what rises to the top. So from a water quality perspective, we looked at all sorts of things, everything up here on that chart. We wanted to know what are the most pressing water quality issues at the statewide scale, and how can we help to meet those goals. So we surveyed the CASCWA membership, we looked at the 303D list, existing TMDLs. There's a bunch of permittees through their permits in different parts of the region that have to do their own priorities, where they've said in our region, this is what our priorities are. So that's the WQIP, which we tried really hard with acronyms, so I'm sorry. That's Region 9. Those are the San Diego region folks. The watershed management plans in Region 4, that's the Los Angeles region, and some water quality priority work that was done in Region 5. We looked at what the regional board identified as their priorities in triennial reviews, what the state has identified in their policy goals and their regulations as what their priorities are. We looked at primary, secondary MCLs, and of course the good old one, professional judgment. Like, what else do we know in the world that could feed into this? And if you hit next. We ran it through, EPA has a great decision-making tool. If anybody's interested in it, I'm happy to share it with you, to take all of that complex information and sort of help you drill it down and say, what does this mean? What are the statewide priorities? And there were 4 very clear that rose to the top. Bacteria being one of the top, if not the top issue at a statewide scale. So for us, that's one, again, the reasons why, how can we help meet this goal? It's one of our priorities and something we would love to help us get us to our solutions.
Could do the next slide. Oh, wait, are we? Back one. There we go. Okay. I actually don't get to see them. I have to turn around and remember where we are. To give you a sense of why this is important to the State Water Board, you can take a look at our where is bacteria 303D listed. It's a little hard to see on there, but everywhere that's orange is a listing for bacteria or pathogens in the state, and there are a lot of them. And so it becomes important both for freshwater and marine waters to deal with these standards, to make sure that we've got the right standards, so when we're asking folks to, requiring folks to make improvements in their discharges, that we're actually looking at the right thing at the right time. I think I'm next too. I think we all know this, but it's important to remember as we think about bacteria. Unlike many other pollutants, bacteria comes from everywhere. We have all sorts of sources of bacteria, from confined animals to wastewater treatment plants and leaking sewers. And so it's not there is not a silver bullet. There's not one solution that's going to fix this problem for for bacteria in our receiving waters, but it's a combination of many sources and many pathways that we need to look at and address when we're thinking about implementation, which makes it a little daunting, but it also makes it important. Am I still next?
You're still next.
Yeah, we should have mixed this up a little bit. I want to give you a sense of some of our accomplishments in the past, where we made progress. If you look at these two graphics, on the left-hand side, you can see the bacteria, 303 listings off of San Diego coast, and I think it's 2002, and then on the right is the most recent. And what's encouraging is you see a change from red to green in the 10 years. I think that's really important to show that we have made progress. Now, not all of that is that we've had source control. Some of it has to do with the changes in the way we do the standards and things like that, but it is an improvement in our ability to say, is it safe to swim in the summer? We're going to talk about the wet weather in a minute, but thinking about dry weather beaches in Southern California, it's a pretty impressive success story. I think that Karen's going to talk some more about that.
Next slide. So thank you to the folks who've contributed some of this information so we could share it. So again, along the lines of what progress has been made, this is LA County and a graph of all of the dry weather diversions. So there's 41 dry weather diversions that are in place in LA County, and over the last 18 years, that's resulted in a 70% reduction of dry weather exceedances along the coast. Another important note is that the wet weather diversion projects, so as John had mentioned, dry weather versus wet weather, being when it rains, those projects are also in their planning phases. That's a really big step forward. And when you think about, or if you know about some of the goals that CASQA has at a broader level, stormwater capture is one of our biggest goals. So when you think about what some of those benefits are, there's a lot of benefits to stormwater capture. And working together across agencies, it's not just a stormwater-driven issue. They're working with all of the water resources across LA County to try to bring to bear some of those stormwater capture projects that can function as a wet weather diversion. Next slide, please. And in Orange County, some of the progress, they've seen some significant reductions in the bacterial loadings from 2003 to 2020. You can see all the numbers there through the 3 different indicators. All the green triangles, so to speak, are BMPs that have been in place in Orange County as well. And if you're wondering, this one's talking about load reductions, and the last one was about exceedance days. The TMDLs are they're structured a little differently, so some of the outcomes of what they report is a little bit different as well. But again, some significant progress in all 3 of those indicators over that period of time. Next slide.
So this graph is from Gila Bay, and we thank them for their ongoing effort to report on beach water quality. For 20 years they've been doing this, maybe more. And this graph is really encouraging in some ways. It says, summer dry weather, we have a 94% A or B grade on our beaches in Southern California. And if you look back, this is a 5-year average. If you look back at the last 5 years, it's pretty similar. And that's because a lot of effort was done on those dry weather diversions and addressing the sources in Southern California beaches. What's not so encouraging is the wet weather. And the wet weather is still a problem. It was a problem 20 years ago, and it's still a problem, and we've made less headway in addressing that. So we need to keep in mind that we know, I would suggest we know how to address dry weather bacteria problems. They are addressing that low flow, that urban slobber that runs off, and capturing it and diverting it to wastewater or infiltrating it works really well. What we don't know how to do so well is deal with the wet weather, and that's a problem that we're going to have to address because in Southern California, unlike many places around the country, people recreate in the ocean year-round. People recreate on the in beaches, on streams, and lakes year-round. It's warm enough that it's not really a winter or a summer. We can't do a seasonal exclusion like they do in, I think, Michigan, where they just don't even have a standard during the winter because no one ever gets in the water, except those crazy people that jump in the ice once a year.
I agree, another common area, but crazy, jumping in
Yeah.
water in Michigan in the winter. Next slide, please. Why don't you start this one? I'll chime in.
Oh, okay. So part of what we're going to have to face today is what are the challenges to addressing the bacteria diseases? They're multiple. There are the issues related to the objective. Is a indicator the right way to do objectives? We've done indicators for pathogens for 50 years, since the start of the Clean Water Act. But science has changed since then. Is that really the way we should go? Or should we be thinking about more direct measures of pathogens, more direct indicators of health? Those are hard. They cost a lot more money to do. And so those are, how do we average it? How do we deal with natural sources that are in the receiving waters? And natural steam and wet weather is going to have bacteria in it. So does a storm drain. How do we deal with those objective issues? We have sources and pathway issues. We looked earlier at all the different sources of bacteria in the watershed. They're real. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence where folks felt like they had addressed all the anthropogenetic sources on a watershed, and when they go in and look, they find human sources in that watershed. So it's not a question of just natural occurring bacteria. We have a lot of aging infrastructure out there that is contributing to that problem. We have homeless people, we have septic systems that leak, we have sewer systems that leak, we have cross connections. There are all sorts of sources of human bacteria which are also a challenge for us to address. We also have the issue that we talked about a little bit earlier with the shellfish, both commercial and recreational. Those were, for those of you that like to delve back into the past, I mean, those were developed at a time when commercial shellfish harvesting around New York City was causing widespread disease because of raw sewage going into the area. And so they were based on the idea of you need to close the commercial shellfish when there's a sewage spill because of the ability of oysters to collect that pathogens and concentrate them. Is that still the right way that we need to go? Is this really a sewage spill issue when we have ambiguous amounts of bacteria in stormwater and in low levels all over? I'm not sure. And we have a different, California's got some commercial shellfish harvesting. We have a lot of recreational shellfish harvesting. People that go out and dig clams, they go out and eat mussels. We have subsistence fishing where people need that protein. How are we going to address the issues for recreation or for subsistence and tribal uses in the state? We don't have standards that are set up for that, and we don't have beneficial uses, but that's a challenge that we need to address. And then over on the side, there's always resources. How are we going to pay for all this? If we go on a large standards crusade to change the standards, that takes resources for us to do the documentation, the paperwork. It takes resources from the regulated community to develop the data that would be needed. So it's a question of both, as always, of priorities and resources on how much we want to spend and how important it is to people. Want to jump in with anything?
Just one little extra thing to add. As we were pulling together, what are we going to talk about in the summit? One of the big questions we kept struggling with is, do we address shell and rec, just shell? And the reality is everything that John just said, it's all interwoven, right? Not only is the goal the same in terms of reduction of those bacterial sources to meet both of those goals and those different beneficial uses, but then the practical regulatory application is that if we, say we talked about rec first and we came up with every perfect solution and solved every single problem, from a regulatory perspective, the listings wouldn't change in areas where both of those uses still exist. So inherently, they are something that really should and need to be addressed concurrently. So if you're wondering, wow, that's a lot in a summit, sure is. But we couldn't figure out a way that we couldn't talk about one without talking about the other for every which way we looked at it.
And the next one. And as we bring this towards a close, I want to remind you of what we started with, which is that we're here because the water boards have a charge to protect public health, make sure that the waters are safe to swim, make sure that shellfish are safe to eat. It's not about solving a regulatory problem by increasing the risk and reducing the exceedances. It's about how do we address this problem so that we as Californians are confident that it's that when you go swimming in the you're not picking up waterborne diseases. When you eat shellfish, you're not going to get sick. This is an opportunity for us to think about how do we solve the two sides of this problem, the health side and the compliance side, in a way that they're both met. This is not the end of this process. This is an opportunity to, as I said, I think at the beginning, for you all to weigh in on your concerns, your issues, and your ideas. We have other stakeholders to talk to, and we have a whole process that involves a lot of stakeholder outreach and a lot of public interaction. Everything we do is done in a very public way, and so even if we started on a standards change, say tomorrow, this would be a couple of years worth of paperwork, and we're not ready to start tomorrow. And so this is not, we're not going to walk out of here with a solution that solves everyone's problems tomorrow.
So building off of what John said about, again, why it matters, again, fully reiterating, we all have the same shared goals: waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. And then once we set those goals, then there's the practical stuff, right? Well, how do you do it, and what does that mean? And that matters as well, right? So will our actions result in achieving our goals? Again, because bacteria is super tricky. Investing resources to go after the problem, we want to make sure the best that we can, of course, no certainty in the world, but that we are optimizing those resources, and really those actions are going to help us get us to our goal. And there's a lot of investment, right? So there's infrastructure, research, their time, permits, public health notices. All of these things take a lot of investment, and we want to make sure that all of those things are in sync in helping us get to our goal of waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. And lastly, of course, because of the regulatory structure, there's a lot of compliance schedules and permit requirements that say, this is, thou shalt go do X, Y, Z, right? And especially in Southern California, there's an awful lot of TMDLs where there are compliance schedules. So it matters, right? We want to make sure that everybody, their actions are getting us to our shared goals, that again, of waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. So another way of sort of looking at it, and what I think was very clear and clearer and clearer as the planning team was putting together even the summit itself, is that there's so many bits and pieces in all of our worlds where the center goal really is these two goals of waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. And everybody's sort of got a piece of it. But at this point, and everyone's got the best of intentions, but they're not always necessarily in sync. Not everybody has every bit of the piece of the pie. Again, one of the goals even in the summit is to just get so much information to all folks that are in all these different aspects so that we can learn from each other and achieve our goals better. Next slide. And sort of a visual way to represent that is rather than everybody individually spiking off of waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat, have these things come into alignment so that we are working in concert as much as we can to achieve those goals. Next slide. In terms of the summit, as you look at the agenda, you can see that everything here in green, sorry, my copy's black and white, is something that is very explicitly, directly in the agenda itself that we'll talk about over the next 3 days. And the two things in purple are things that aren't necessarily inherently identified in the agenda. We talked about it a lot up front, but they're byproducts of a lot of the other things that are already in green. And we fully expect and hope that that is part of our discussions in day 3 when we talk about what are the next steps and priority actions that we can take to get us to those shared goals. All right, so back to where we started here in the beginning. Not just why we're in a summit, but what do we hope to achieve? Back again to that sort of first order goals, issue learning and improved relationships. So again, through the whole part of the summit, we really hope that at a bare minimum, everyone comes away with a lot of learning around the topic of how do we get to waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. And back to sort of that invitation of bringing your perspective and listening to other people's perspectives. We hope that helps across the board of folks in all those different spheres that we improve relationships. And our real goal is through the summit is we start to build a team of engaged and collaborative problem solvers. So moving off of talking points, my way or the highway, but engaging together to say we're in it together, we're all gonna get to some collective actions, individually, collectively, and we're all in it to get to waters that are safe to swim and shellfish that are safe to eat. One more. All right.
And I don't have anything more to add to that, but I would say that I'm glad you're all here. I want to thank you again and look forward to the continued dialogue.
I'm sorry. Just walking away like there's someone else who's going to do this. The other thing I wanted to note is to get us there, to get us to those improved relationships and help us with that dialogue, one of the first things we did is reached out and had a facilitator. So I'm going to introduce Ryan Golton. She is our facilitator for this process. So John and I are going to step away. We're going to now be part of sitting out here with you guys, and our goal is listening and hearing, and Ryan's going to facilitate us through the rest of this whole summit.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. So hopefully that helped set the stage. I think it was incredibly helpful and important to hear all that. Now we're going to just take a breath and welcome everybody here, let you have a chance to introduce yourselves to each other. I'm Ryan Golton. Lovely to meet many of you for the first time. I'm going to ask you to just take like 2 or 3 minutes, turn to the people next to you, maybe the 3 or 4 people around you, introduce yourself. We're all awkward. We've been like cloistered for 2.5 years. We don't even know how to talk to each other. But just, we're going to be spending the next 3 days together in the room. Introduce yourselves.
All right, take one more minute, and then I'm going to ask you to come back.
All right, you got a clicker now. That's fabulous.
All right, take 30 more seconds, and then we're going to gather again. All right, everyone, I'm going to gather us back up here. Folks online, we wish you could be here too. Just gather everyone. Yeah. All right. I know it's hard. Many of us haven't seen each other in a long time. Oh, okay. All right, we're going to ask everyone to come back together now. If everyone could just take your seats. Know that you will have more time. We promise. Rebecca's. Okay. All right, everybody. That means you in the back right. I know everyone's starved to talk to each other. Can you feel it? Can you feel like how starved we are? It's amazing. I'm going to walk us through in a minute here the agenda, and one of those pieces is that we've created long lunches for this exact purpose. Thank you, and thanks for indulging me and just saying hello to each other. First of all, Karen, John talked about everyone who's participating online and as a whole, but we want to just, all of you are going to spend the next 3 days together in small groups in this room, and we wanted to make sure you knew who's here. So first of all, I'm going to just ask for a show of hands. So if you're here from the State Water Board, raise your hand. Okay, we've got lots of State Water Board staff. Regional Water Board staff. Okay, and specifically, thank you all, I'm going to ask you to just figure out who's here by region. So North Coast Regional Water Board staff, is anyone here from the North Coast? San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board, all right. Central Coast, thank you. Los Angeles, LA Regional Water Board, excellent. Central Valley Regional Water Board. Oh, look, we have someone here from almost everywhere. Okay, Lahontan Water Board out of South Lake Tahoe. Great. Colorado River Regional Water Board staff. Santa Ana Regional Water Board staff. Or San Diego Regional Water Board staff. Thank you all so much. It's great to see almost all the regional water boards represented by people in the room and more online. Folks from stormwater agencies are representatives of stormwater interests. Excellent, thank you. Wastewater representatives and agencies? Great. Are there representatives from tribes? Tribal representatives here present? I know there are folks online. Researchers, folks from academic institutions. Great. EPA. I know we have folks from EPA. Great, thank you. Other agencies, public health or otherwise, other federal, state, local agencies. Okay. NGOs, environmental, community organizations or stakeholders, any in the room? Great, thank you. And I know that we'll have some folks online. Agricultural representatives, people from the grazing community, we've got couple. Legislative staff, any legislative staff? Legislators, okay. Am I missing any interest groups, any folks who are here that weren't represented by one of those categories at least? Good to know. Okay. Well, it's wonderful to see all of you. As Karen and John explained, these next 3 days are really intended as a conversation. And I'm going to walk you through how we're doing that, how we've proposed to do that. But just so you know, all of you bring important lenses. We hope when we have time for discussion, group discussion, when we have time for questions and answers, and then small group discussions, that all of you feel empowered to bring your voices, bring your questions. You all play a role in this conversation. And, we'll be talking about what's working well, where are you falling short, what are the opportunities that you see, what are the big challenges that you see, and all of you bring important pieces of information to that and perspectives. The other thing is, not everyone is here, we know that in the room, not even everyone is here online, but we're gonna have the conversation we have with the intent of seeding a longer conversation. So what comes out of the discussions as a group and in our small groups is not determinative, it's not dispositive, it's not gonna chart the path for California, but it is going to help seed the discussion, and hopefully that will be a two-way street. And coming out of this summit, there will be some follow-up by the Water Board. It's not clear what that will be, but everything that, all the PowerPoint presentations, any polling that's done in the room, all of those things will be transparent and made available to everybody after the summit, along with whatever next steps emerge. Okay, just getting towards our agenda. You all may remember we asked you to fill out a survey before the meeting that asked about what are you most looking forward to, ask a number of things. And we heard pretty much across the board that you're looking forward to information on the latest science and studies, a chance to discuss opportunities and constraints you're all facing, ideas for complying with permits and permit requirements and standards to make water safe to swim, shellfish safe to eat, charting a new path, many of you, you're interested in that, and just a chance to see everyone in person. So we heard all of those things from you. So hopefully everyone has an agenda. All of you online should have an agenda. All of you in person should have a printed out agenda with a bit more information for participating over the next couple days. And just to start at the end, on Friday, we're hoping to have a conversation about, the how. Like what may need to happen next? What may need to happen big picture? But to get there, we want to spend the next couple of days, first today, just sort of getting level setting. What information does the planning team want to make sure everyone has based on input that they've heard so far? So how and why standards are set as they currently are, what recent studies and science are showing, what the current regulatory structure is, same for evaluation and monitoring, just getting folks on the same page, and it's a lot of information today. Thank you for your patience in doing that. We've built in time for some questions at the end of a series of speakers, so please keep track of your questions. At the handout, at the sign-in desk, we handed out question cards, so if you don't want to raise your question verbally or there's not time to get to your question or you think of it afterwards, please submit one of those and just hold up your hand and someone will grab it, and we'll collect those and try to get to them over the course of the summit. Tomorrow, Thursday, we are going to be, and you'll see this in your day 2 part of your agenda, we're going to be talking about what are current and new emerging opportunities for source control, for regulation of human and non-human sources of bacteria. And we're going to start getting you in small groups just to have reflection on what you're hearing, to hear from each other. And we're going to do some polling just to sort of get you to have a chance to put your voice into what you're hearing and not ask somebody to record that for you. And we'll be sharing all of those things after the summit. And then Friday, we're pulling it all together. We're talking about what needs to happen long-term, what may need to happen short-term. And again, this is just for purposes of starting this conversation and prompting follow-up conversations to come. I just want to acknowledge it's a lot to cover in 3 days, and we've done the best possible balancing act of providing information, but having a chance to also talk. And also, we're not keeping a detailed summary of this whole meeting mostly because we want it to be a conversation, because we don't want people to feel like this is the dispositive conversation that's happening, because it's more of a seed. So just know what to expect in terms of there will be some follow-up, but it will not be comprehensive summaries of all the small group conversations. We'll let you do that yourselves through the polling. And for the online folks, we appreciate you being here, and we're sorry that you're not going to be here in the small groups. We don't have the capacity to do real-time questions, and so please keep track of your questions. Please, there is going to be a survey after the summit to give you a chance to ask those questions. And so we'll be checking in with you, but thanks for being here and for understanding the constraints. And with that, couple things about housekeeping. So COVID, when we asked you all, what do you need to participate, several of you, many of you said, let's just be thoughtful and conscious about protecting our own health while we're here, keeping everyone safe. The building has a policy of encouraging masks, encouraging hand washing and covering when you sneeze or cough. So please be courteous and thoughtful of each other. Wi-Fi is free. It should be open to everybody. Bathrooms are down the hall and to the left. Same with water. Just encourage yourselves, everybody, to take care of yourselves. If you need to take a break, if you need to stand up in the back of the room, it's totally fine. We hope this will be somewhat informal. So, did I miss anything, planning team? This evening, there is going to be, because we're all starved for talking with each other, obviously, there's going to be a happy hour today, right after the summit at Drake's. We'll miss the folks who are online. Sorry, you can't be here unless you can come. And there's information down at the sign-in desk about where it is and how to get there. And it'll be immediately following the summit.
No host, pay yourself.
No host, pay yourself. Or a friend. Okay. Any big picture questions about what we're doing and how we're doing it before we dive in? Okay. So Joe, you can share the first slide. Perfect. So we wanted to start off with this question about what do you all mean when you think about waters that are safe to swim, shellfish that are safe to eat, that common goal? People may have different ways of defining where you're trying to get to and what's important to you and why. So when we asked you in the survey before the summit what that meant to you personally, you'll see on the left-hand side where it says interests. These are like everyone's fundamental interests, where you all are trying to get to, and your words for how you would describe that. On the right is much more about how we get there. We're not quite there yet. That's what we're going to be talking more about tomorrow and more so on day 3 on Friday. But on the left, it's what's important. We want to protect, you all said we want to protect human health first and foremost. We don't want to worry about getting sick. We don't want our communities to worry about getting sick when they swim. We don't want kids to get sick when they swim. We want to be able to swim in the San Francisco Bay. There is a number of things that are important. And the fact that, this is true, we want this to be an accessible goal for everybody. So I just wanted to focus attention on that left-hand circle, knowing that the right-hand circle is crucially important. It relates to Karen's slides, and that's where we're going to get to. And likewise, we asked a similar question for what does it mean to you to have shellfish that are safe to eat? Why is this important fundamentally and personally? We heard some similar things. This is important for tribal communities. It's important for not just individuals, but communities. This is important for protecting human health ultimately and the food supply. So these are the ways that you described it in the survey. What I wanted to do right now is just take a couple minutes again and turn to the people around you, maybe the same people you talked to a minute ago. But I'm interested in what of this list, on the left-hand side, the left-hand circles, what things resonate the most for you in terms of why you're here, what's important to, whether it's you, your constituents, your communities, and what's missing? Are there things missing here in terms of why this is so important on a personal and community level, and how you would define the common problem to be solved? So I'm just going to give you a few minutes, turn to the people next to you, and have a conversation about that in terms of what's important, what the common goal is, and then I'll bring us all back together in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to just put these up. Again, what of this list is the most important, and what's missing in terms of how you would define the problem? And this may just be a 2-minute conversation.
I was going to repeat, but if we have, because I haven't seen anyone come in.
All right, so pulling us back together on this question, I'd love to ask those of you who just had this conversation just to share anything that came up in terms of what resonates about what we're doing here and why it's so important, and or what's missing. So I'm going to ask also the planning team who is part of these conversations just now if you heard some things. But what we're going to do, because we don't have mics yet working that we can pass around, we'll just repeat what you say. So could any brave souls just volunteer from your conversation? Anything that stood out for folks? Yes, Karen.
We have tribal subsistence in the shellfish safety, but there was a missing beneficial use. Water ceremony.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just going to be up here kind of in a role to try to repeat what I'm hearing for those who are listening on the web broadcast where there's a mic. So what we just heard, that one of the things that might be missing, especially on the recreation end, is tribal uses and, getting into the water for, contact. It may not be recreation, maybe for a different end goal, but you're still in the water. Was that right, Karen? Anything else? Yep.
It's almost like a slight redefinition of waters that are safe to swim, waters that are safe to recreate, but also safe to be in for humans. So I think that's one thing I'm hearing. What else came out of your discussions in terms of what resonated or what's missing from this definition? Yeah, in the far back. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. So what some of that was, another important factor for bacteria is to think about the humans that are at the other end of our sources, including our unhoused communities, sanitation facilities for them. So that was something I think you're right was missing from what was displayed.
Absolutely, and it was, of course, I think in waters that are safe to swim, people are interested in addressing sources from unhoused communities because of a lack of housing and the overpopulation and all the things that are happening, but you're talking about the other end too. Thank you. What else? Anything else from your discussions just now? Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Caitlin. So what I was hearing there was another kind of gap was infrastructure improvements, infrastructure planning around rural septic systems, upgrading old plants, and looking holistically at our needs there.
And as a reminder, so it's as we have this conversation, especially today, to think about the difference between how we're framing the problem to be solved and then how we get there. And I think some of these things straddle those two circles in a way. So what you're talking about is both sort of how we get there, but it's also how we're defining the problem. So just sort of noting that. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, what else? Go ahead.
In our group, we really narrowed down on that all of the boxes to the left are really saying the same thing.
absolutely. Oh, go ahead, Rebecca.
What we were just hearing is that there's a lot of similarities, a lot of the same things being shared across the survey results and the slides that were shown, kind of narrowing down to human health.
Yeah, I mean, all of this, we could have written human health, protecting human health, and left it at that. And so in a way, these are just nuances, glosses on what's important about that to all of you in the different perspectives that you come from and geographies you come from. Is your hand? Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Allie. So the addition there was, well, we saw tribal subsistence fishing, at least on one of the slides. Subsistence consumption, I guess, for other users was not on there, so that was something that was a gap, yeah.
Thank you so much. This is exactly the kind of thing we were hoping to hear, like what's missing from this definition of where we're trying to get to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
Bruce.
from LA County Public Works, and I was interested in hearing more about how many shellfish, how many people eat shellfish, how many people are getting sick, and how is that in proportion to the number of people that are recreating and getting sick? That these two objectives of recreation have a relative proportion of what is more of a priority over the other.
Thanks for that, Bruce. So I think what I just heard was interest in hearing about the number of people who might be eating shellfish, number of people who might be getting sick from eating shellfish, and similar for recreation. And is there some sort of a proportion there about, is there one that may be more risky than the other, I think is what I was hearing? Yeah.
Great. Yeah, and I totally get how, as we think about what are our common goals, it raises questions. You know, what do we need to know? And that is really a good segue into what happens the rest of today, because I think that's where we're going. But before we do that, I think I saw another hand. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing we discussed was that we need to solve the problem, we need to have an effective use of people and have other needs for the resources that could be applied to this. So it's not an unlimited checkbook. We need to make sure that whatever we do, we're not ISO limited. And to do this, we have to be very focused.
Thanks for that comment. What I was hearing is that we need to kind of keep an eye on looking at effective uses of our resources in order to try to attain our goal. We don't have an unlimited checkbook. We don't have unlimited resources. We need to really keep that in mind as we go through this, the resource piece.
Yeah, and just again, a note that's a good segue, because that is exactly, I think, where we want to end up on day 3 is, if you all here in the room, at least as a snapshot, were to prioritize what's important long-term, what's important short-term, we're going to be asking those questions knowing that the resource pool is limited. Where do we prioritize? So thanks for highlighting it. I saw another comment. Yeah, what else stood out for you?
Thanks for the comment. What I was hearing is that we also need to think about the resources it's going to take to communicate to people whether or not it is safe to swim, safe to eat shellfish, and keep in mind like the accessibility, I think, of that message, right? To make sure that it's understood to people from different generations and different backgrounds, so we can understand it and get it out. and the resources it'll take to do that.
The other thing I would just say that I heard in that comment was not just sort of how we do this, but it's just the fundamental interest in having people know what the risk level is, whether it's safe, when it's safe. It's just the interest in feeling safe and feeling informed. So I think that that's, in addition to a solution, it's also just a foundational interest and need in terms of how we define safety to humans. Thank you. Anything else? Really appreciate, yeah, go ahead, one more, and then we'll, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Tessa. So the comment there was monitoring may be missing. How do we know if we don't monitor? So.
Totally, and just to make a similar comment is that there is a fundamental interest in having people feel like this is being monitored. So in addition to actually monitoring it, it's communicating that it is being monitored and how it's being monitored so people feel safe and they feel protected. Yeah, it's great. Thank you so much. Okay. Excellent. So that's, we're talking now about what we're doing here and why. And we're going to take a break in a minute before diving into a lot of information and data. Thank you, Rebecca. Before we do, you may remember we asked you on the survey, what's going to help you over the next 3 days, those of you who are in person in particular, be able to engage in this conversation with these high-level goals in mind in the ways that you want to. And here are some of the things we heard from you. So knowing that this is the first step in an ongoing discussion and conversation, it's not the end-all be-all, but it's going to lead to some things in action. Acknowledging gaps in our scientific understanding, knowing others are willing to truly listen and engage, hearing multiple perspectives, hearing from different regional boards and communities about what works and is feasible and is being tried and has been achieved, dialogue among really different voices and perspectives, acknowledging the impacts from population increase, including the impacts from people and pets, the lack of housing and the folks without housing near waterways, COVID precautions, that came up several times, is really important to many of you in this room during the next 3 days. Recognizing these are complicated issues and they're not simple solutions. Having mutual respect, a sense of honesty and kindness as we have these conversations that are litigious many times. They're hard, they go to fundamental justice concerns and values. I mean, they're big issues. So doing that in that with that tone and sentiment, willingness to look at the latest science, knowing we all have similar ultimate goals, and hearing from all of you on the challenges you face based on the perspective and hat you wear. So those came up. Are there any, are there any others that are important that aren't on this list that feel important to you or that may be important to folks you know who may be listening, folks in your communities about having this conversation? Anything else missing here that's important? Yeah, please. Thank you so much for saying that, and I'm going to paraphrase for the people online, but that just let's also celebrate and acknowledge and talk about what's working and what we've achieved and what we've accomplished, and which is a lot, and especially around monitoring and public education, and we've made a lot of achievements in water quality is pretty darn good, I think, in your words, and here in California, relatively. And so we're building on that. We're not lamenting all of the shortfallings, right? We're moving forward and making it even better. So that's that. Thank you so much for saying that. I think that's hugely important. One more, yeah. Yeah.
But I really do think I told don't turn off the spigot anymore.
Yeah.
Like where some of us are at.
Right.
This next
Yeah, so the comment is just to add to what was said in terms of focusing on what we've achieved, that we've, in California, a lot of the low-hanging fruit is being addressed effectively, and that there are remaining shortfalls, but those are really hard issues, and they're including wet weather bacteria, and you know, who knows how much progress can be made, but that's what we're working on now. Over the next, we're looking at 10, 20, 30 years. So just acknowledging we're working on the toughest nuts. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, one more.
Not only are we here to in our discussion, but I see it also as trust in each other, that some partners will fear that if we do tout our successes, commitment in the water that may be seen as so it's that trust factor. And also let's trust in
Yeah. Yeah, and thank you for the comment, and I'll paraphrase for the folks online, and then thank you for mentioning, so that as we talk about building relationships in order to have these conversations and actually make progress in ways that address these goals, we have to have a baseline of trust with each other and acknowledging, I think that is absolutely true in this work, that oftentimes that can be eroded when people are in courtrooms together and they're in public hearings together, and in many ways structurally there's reasons to be fighting, but that ultimately people have the same goals, and how can we, in order to have this conversation together, we need to figure out how to be able to trust each other. And that's part of why we ask this question of what do you need to be able to start having this conversation. And there's different things that people need to build trust. And so thanks for mentioning it, that this fear that if we start talking about achievements, it means that somehow we're taking our foot off the pedal, or if we say one thing, it means another. So willingness to ask questions of each other, have frank discussions, call things out if there's things that you really are concerned about, to be able to talk with each other and start to build that sort of trust. So thank you for mentioning that. This is exactly what we meant. So we're gonna ask all of us to do these things, including, back to something I think Karen and John were talking about, when it takes some riskiness and a little bit of courage to have conversations that you normally may not have with each other. So thank you very much for doing this stage setting with us. We're gonna take a break until 10:20, can we say 10:25 since we started 5 minutes late? 10:35. Please be back here because we're gonna start really promptly. And there's waters outside, you know where the bathrooms are, and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
at 10:35.
10:35. Yep, folks online, 10:35 will reconvene.
If I may just let you all know, there's coffee and I think some donuts and some other pastries that are in the mezzanine right now. Just, it's shown up recently, so heads up.
All right, everybody, we're going to start here in a minute.
Yeah, there were two people from the family. Oh, can I? I'll be live streaming there. Right. Yeah. I bet he'll show them. It's on. There he is. Want to keep this up or shall I?
Why don't you, because I want to say a couple of housekeeping things, including the fact that we're recording, right?
All yours.
Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you. For folks online, we missed you out with the pastries and the coffee. We are going to get going here. Just a couple of quick notes. One is that we are recording this live stream. So for those of you online who have been asking and wondering, yes, it will be recorded. Thanks for pointing it out. Any of you who need to stand or have special accommodations or anything, come find some member of the team on a break, or Christine, who's walking down the aisle, and we'll help you figure that out. And one last thing I'll say before we kick off this next round of presentations. We are going to have a question and answer session at the end of several speakers this morning. So please keep track of your questions. Many of you have question cards that you grabbed at the front desk downstairs. If we don't get to your question or you don't want to raise it yourself, feel free to just hold up a card and we'll come grab it from you during the presentations so we don't lose track of it. And with that, I think I'm going to pass to Rebecca Fitzgerald.
All right, thanks, Ryan, and hello again, everybody. Before I get going, I am the first of a series of speakers that's really going to start sort of focusing on what the current status quo is, more or less, of our water quality standards here in California, and also touch a little bit on the federal EPA's recreational criteria. There are several of us who are going to be talking. For those of us who are, I'm kind of hoping it's going to be a somewhat quick transition, so just be ready. I think we all know who's handing off to whom, but I just wanted to put that out real quick. So between now and, as Ryan was saying, for the rest of this morning, between now and lunch, a little afternoon, our kind of goal with myself and my fellow speakers is to lay the groundwork for where we are right now in terms of what are California's water quality standards, what is a water quality standard, what does the Water Board do. We have some new regulations that have come through some of our legislation that's focused on ocean beaches and inland beaches. We're going to have a speaker talk a little bit about shellfish harvesting from the Department of Public Health, and also EPA a bit to talk about our federal recreational criteria. So all of this is really to kind of get us a commonality of where are we starting from, what currently are our standards, because I think we'll be talking about it a lot as we go through the next 3 days. So with that, I think I'm also going to take a minute before I completely dive in to just highlight a few things that I think might be worthwhile for us all to keep in mind after this morning and as we continue to go into this. You know, we've been focusing a lot on, safety, safe to eat, safe to swim. And when we're really talking about that, we really are kind of focused, you've probably already picked up on this, but we're focused on indicator bacteria, pathogenic indicators. And that, so we're not talking about cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms. We're not talking about mercury or other pollutants that can bioaccumulate into shellfish. We're really focused here on, fecal indicator bacteria and the types of things that can make us sick. Usually it's a gastrointestinal illness, from a variety of different pathogens. And those pathogens can be a type of bacteria, they can be a protozoa, they can be a virus. And there's quite a few of those little critters out there. And we can't measure all of them, we can't track all of them. We haven't been able to, research and do the epidemiology on all of them to know the link between risk. And so we use these fecal indicator parameters in order to try to indicate whether or not there is a risk. And I think that that's important because John touched on it just a little bit this morning about one of the overall challenges of this particular issue versus another type of pollutant where it's a metal and we know what the toxicity of that metal is. This is one where we're really trying to figure out, okay, does it indicate risk and does it indicate it well? So with that being said, I'll go to the next slide. And what I would like to share today is to give a little quick high-level overview of who we are at the water boards, what we do, define standards a bit, and highlight our shellfish and recreational standards, talk a little bit about the process for changing them, and then I want to share just some personal thoughts on some challenges and opportunities. Next slide, please. So this is our mission statement here at the State Water Resources Control Board. Oh, thank you. You know, our job really is to work to ensure the protection, to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources. And we do that, we work to do that in a lot of different ways within this agency. We're a big agency. We ensure the protection of water quality across a very diverse range of topics: stormwater, drinking water, wastewater treatment. We do water quality monitoring. We protect wetlands. We have an ocean protection arm. We look at contaminated site cleanup, low impact development. We have an enforcement branch. A lot of that comes within our water quality arm. We have a water rights arm. We have a drinking water arm. So there's a lot that we do here within the water boards. A lot of the work associated with bacteria, though, is well within our water quality piece, and we really are working to preserve, enhance, and protect our uses of water. See if this works. So we consist of both a State Water Resources Control Board based here in Sacramento. That's kind of a headquarters agency, and there are 9 regional water boards across the state, and you can see them all here on the map. I'm sure you probably have one with whom you work the most closely. Each regional water board is semi-autonomous. The boards take lead on setting regional water quality standards, developing permits, enforcement, monitoring, much more. And then the state board really gets involved, as you can imagine, on issues of statewide importance. The State Water Board can and does set statewide water quality standards, and we also at times issue statewide permits. So that leads me to defining standards, and I know it's a term I've already been throwing around a few times here. A water quality standard consists of the designated beneficial use of a water body, plus a numerical or narrative water quality objective or criteria that is established to protect the beneficial use. So it's our uses and our objectives to protect those uses. A lot of our beneficial uses of water are probably quite familiar to all of us in this room. We call it municipal and domestic drinking water. Municipal and domestic supply, it's drinking water, fishing, recreation, tribal and cultural uses of water, freshwater habitat, be it for cold or warm species, agricultural uses, and there are others that I haven't listed, but this is what it's all about. Our beneficial uses are foundational to us. And then our water quality objectives are narrative descriptions or numeric numbers. So a narrative water quality objective, a really good example is the toxicity narrative water quality objective that basically boils down to no toxics and toxic amounts. And then we have to interpret it. We also have numeric water quality objectives, for example, metals. And we have numeric water quality objectives for fecal indicator bacteria. So our beneficial uses and our water quality objectives are found in our water quality control plans. We call them basin plans at the regional level because they incorporate quite a few water bodies into one large basin. And then we also have statewide water quality control plans, and they apply to certain types of water bodies across the whole state. The most relevant to this discussion is our California Ocean Plan. In addition to including uses and objectives, our basin plans and statewide plans also include a program of implementation that describes the actions necessary to achieve the objectives and ultimately to protect the uses. Specifically, we are to include a description of the actions that need to be taken to meet our objectives and uses, the timeline for those implementation actions, and description of surveillance comes from the Water Code. Basically, it's the monitoring program that's associated. So I put this up here because it's always nice to know where to look to find the beneficial uses and objectives and other components of your basin plans. You can also just do a search for Waterborne and plans and policies. There's a nice landing page that has all links to all of the regional basin plans and all of our statewide policies. As an aside here, I will also note that there are several water quality criteria, water quality objectives that have been established by the US EPA for California, primarily for metals and other priority toxicants. So those are found in the California Toxics Rule that's published in the Federal Register, so, and the federal regs. So there's a link for that as well. But for bacteria, you're going to want to find your uses in regional basin plans and your objectives in basin plans and statewide plans. And I couldn't resist just letting you guys know that we have a nice new mapping tool that recently became available that shows all of our beneficial uses of all of our state waters. So if you're interested in a particular river, you can just put into Google, Basin Planning Portal, California, and probably find this. We don't have all the objectives in yet, but all the uses are there in case you're interested. So with that, I'm going to turn to the standards that are most relevant to the summit today, and I'm going to start with shellfish harvesting. The beneficial use is the shellfish harvesting use. Sometimes we will shorthand that to shell. It includes uses of water that support habitats suitable for shellfish for human consumption. This use primarily applies to the Pacific Ocean and to our bays and estuaries along the coast. And the objective that is intended to help attain that use, for bacteria, it's specific to total coliform. And the language that you see here is taken from the California Ocean Plan, and it's specific to areas where shellfish may be harvested for human consumption, linked back to the use. As determined, well, the regional board's basin plan is going to have the use designation. And then also, just a side note, the objective shall be maintained throughout the water column. But the number here is, it's 70 most probable number per 100 mil total coliform. And this is, I think, as John was describing earlier this morning, is a very low number. We've been looking a little bit into the history of this objective and the justification for that number. And it's been in place in many of our basin plans since the first basin plans in the early 1970s. And we've been kind of trying to do some research as to, the justification for when it was added. Some of the relevant points I put up here on the slide, one of which I want to speak to, is that the total coliform 70 per 100 mil, it's roughly equivalent to the fecal material contributed from one person diluted in about 8 million cubic feet of coliform-free water. A key take-home for me, anyway, in looking at this is that at this concentration, eating shellfish from waters with this concentration are unlikely, those shellfish are unlikely to be involved in the spread of disease that can be attributed to fecal contamination. So it's a very safe number, I think, is one of the take-home points. And we recognize that it may be possible for that value to be higher and there still to be protection of shellfish consumption. So with that in mind, I want to recognize that my team and I would like to invest time into possibly revising the shellfish harvesting standards in California. We would like to consider if the current objective is appropriate. Is it attainable as it stands? Could it still be appropriate, but at a different, I don't really want to say concentration, at a different density? As part of this, we would like to consider combining or separating the different types of shellfish harvesting uses: commercial, sport, tribal, just consumption, non-tribal consumption, and take a look at those consumption rates and see if there is an associated difference in what the protective objective could be for those levels. And, you know, John, you mentioned earlier this morning that this was something that we've identified in previous priority setting exercises across the state board, and we just haven't been able to pick it up yet, in part because of our resource limitations. And there's work that needs to be done to research exactly what might be the path forward. And so I'm sharing all this with you because one of my goals for this summit is to prioritize this, other issues associated with recreational uses, and hopefully get some perspective from the different perspectives that are here as to where it might be most effective for us to put our time and our energy. And I'm going to transition over to recreation standards, and I'll just highlight that there are 3 beneficial uses associated with bacteria, with recreational uses. There's water contact recreation, you'll hear us call it Rec 1. There's non-water contact recreation, or Rec 2, and we'll try not to use those shorthand names. And there's also limited water contact recreation, which right now applies to a subset of waters in the Los Angeles region. And really the difference gets at the likelihood of ingestion. Rec 1 has more of a chance of ingestion of water. And I put together 2 slides that show the current water quality objectives for the protection of water contact recreation. And I we'll try to maybe print these out at some point so that we have them for further reference, because I don't expect anybody to remember these numbers as we go. The points I would like you to pick up on, though, is that we have numbers that are for specific inland freshwaters and also inland saline waters. There's E. coli for freshwaters, Enterococci or Enterococcus for saline waters. And then we also look at grouping data or into certain averaging periods, trying to get at chronic versus more acute effects, or long-term or versus short-term effects, by looking at 6-week geometric means and statistical threshold values that look at the 90th percentile of the data. And I have limited time, so I'm going to keep going through this. These are our ocean-related standards for recreation. And these would apply to waters like our ocean beaches, our open bays like Monterey Bay. And here our objectives are Enterococci and fecal coliform. And the fecal coliform objective is a longer standing objective that has been in place for a while in our basin plan. Before I do move on, I want to just highlight, though, that both the previous slide and Enterococci in this slide, there is a link to illness rate, and this is a new change to our bacteria objectives, where we are looking at the illness rate for, in this case, 32 people out of 1,000 recreators. And that's a concept I think we're going to hear about throughout the summit. So I just wanted to highlight it to show that this is something that we do have now built into our newer statewide water quality objectives. I'm going to make this really short and sweet. I wanted to talk about what our objectives are based on, but I'm actually going to let John Ravenscroft from the US EPA do some of that work for me, because a lot of the science justification for the statewide 2018-2019 objectives that we put into place is the work that the EPA did nationally in the national recreation criteria. One thing I did want to touch on is some of the next steps that I would like to see in terms of recreational bacteria objectives. Because of how we retained the fecal coliform objective for ocean waters, and recognition that we have some California-specific epidemiological data associated with fecal coliform that may indicate a strong link to illness rates, we would like to look at that data a little bit more and see if we can pull in that 32 illness per 1,000 recreator risk level. That's one thing we would like to do. I am interested in potentially looking at our data averaging periods. We have a geometric mean, a rolling, a static, a single sample maximum, and a 90th percentile statistical threshold value. Those are a lot of different ways to put data together and a lot of opportunities for confusion and hard to compare sometimes across data sets. So I think that there is an opportunity there for us to streamline and make more consistent our data averaging periods while still capturing a long-term and a short-term effect. We're also interested in potentially looking at the boundary condition between freshwater and saline. And of course, we're interested in all of the emerging science that's happening around different indicator types that might get us even better than what we have associated with that risk to illness when we get into the water when we eat shellfish. Briefly, can standards be changed? Yes, they can be changed, and it takes time to change them. I would say if once we actually know what change we want to recommend for the state board's consideration, it's about, at the best, a 2-year process. So just put that in everybody's frame of mind as we go forward with this. So finally, just some challenges and opportunities. I asked all of our speakers to kind of say a little bit of challenges and opportunities. You've already heard me say a few for each of the objectives. Staff capacity is a huge challenge personally within my team. And I think keeping up with all the science is a challenge. I will touch on the opportunity of the summit in particular, because I think that there really is an opportunity here for us to say, this is what these are data gaps that we need to fill? Is this the standard work that we need to do? Should we focus on this regulatory approach and try to put our limited resources in the most effective areas? So I think that these next 3 days and starting this conversation or continuing what has been a conversation is really going to be a fabulous opportunity. I also want to say I think there's some opportunity there to improve our data quality, method comparison, and quality assurance project plan work. And I will do what I can to share some of these perspectives in some of our small group breakouts as well. Thank you. And I'm sorry it was rushed at the end. I hope this was somewhat helpful. Here's how you can reach me if you do have any questions. Amanda, can I turn it over to you? I would like to introduce Amanda Blackwell. She is an environmental scientist in the Ocean Standards Unit here at the State Water Board. Come on up, Amanda, make yourself comfortable. And we've asked her here today to talk a little bit about our ocean monitoring efforts, commonly known as AB 411, that you guys may be familiar with. It's certainly part of the world with bacteria that we work on, so we wanted to lay the groundwork for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Grab all my stuff.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, everyone. As Rebecca mentioned, my name is Amanda Blackwell, and I work in the Ocean Standards Unit here at the State Water Board. Today, I'm going to briefly overview AB 411, which created the Coastal Beach Monitoring Program. So I'll talk about the background of the program, some monitoring requirements, data management, and program considerations. So the Coastal Beach Monitoring Program, or BEACH program, was established by the California legislature through the passing of Assembly Bill 411 in 1997. It was first administered by the California Department of Public Health up until 2012. At that point, program management was diverted to the State Water Board, and we assumed responsibility for directing the program, managing the statewide database, and providing funding to the 16 local agencies that go out and do the beach monitoring. However, CDPH still retains the responsibility for establishing and amending standards for sanitation on public beaches. So what does the BEACH program do? Local agencies are required to go out and conduct water quality monitoring at public beaches that meet 2 requirements: those with over 50,000 annual visitors and those that are located adjacent to a storm drain that flows in the summer. Agencies are also required to conduct this monitoring on a weekly basis during the warm weather season from April 1st to October 31st. Bacteriological standards for the program were established by CDPH. The program uses single sample and logarithmic mean thresholds for 3 indicators: total coliform, fecal coliform, and enterococcus. When standards are not met, the local health officer will determine whether to post, close, or restrict a beach or a portion thereof. This is an example of some signage from Los Angeles County. In addition to signage, agencies are required to maintain a public website and a hotline number to communicate the status of beaches and whether there has been an advisory or a closure. I really like this example from San Diego County. They have user-friendly graphics, and you can easily find their contact information and their hotline number. The State Water Board maintains the statewide database for the program called Beach Watch. Local agencies are required to upload their results into this database, which then becomes available on the State Water Board website. We then provide our data to the US EPA system called Beacon 2.0. This system houses beach water quality data from across the United States. Our data also goes into the State Water Board's Safe to Swim database. The Safe to Swim map is a hub for different water quality data sources, such as the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, or CEDN, and the Central Valley E. coli monitoring results map. Other organizations also use our data to spread the word about beach safety. Each year, Heal the Bay releases a report card ranking the historical health of beaches. The data is also used to inform the Nowcast predictive modeling tool, which you can see here. So local agencies have been conducting this monitoring for over 20 years, and we have identified a few opportunities and challenges that would make the program stronger. A significant challenge is that the beach program standards and ocean plan water quality objectives are different. So there would be a benefit to aligning these. However, that would require a statutory change to public health code. And there are some other challenges and opportunities. Some agencies cannot find a lab that is accredited for the approved test methods, so they end up using methods that are not appropriate for the program. Many of the approved test methods are also time-consuming, and it takes multiple days to get results. So moving towards more rapid test methods like ddPCR would provide more timely results and be more protective of public health. Another challenge is that local agencies may need more funding to conduct the mandated monitoring requirements or potentially expand monitoring seasons when necessary to protect public health. There is a need for improved quality assurance measures for the program, and we're currently working on a quality assurance program plan, which will ensure that the data produced is of known quality and is sufficient for decision-making purposes. And then lastly, we have an opportunity to align with the freshwater monitoring program created by AB 1066 last year in 2021. So yeah, we have an opportunity to work together to align these two programs. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all so much. And I'm going to pass it off to Nick to talk more about AB 1066. Thanks.
All you short people out there.
You can raise it up.
No, it's all good. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all. It's good. Got long arms. My name is Nick Martorano. I work here at the Water Board in the Office of Information Management Analysis. My role there is primarily as the director for the California Water Quality Monitoring Council, who, if you're not aware, is a legislatively created group to help the Cal EPA and the Natural Resources Agency coordinate their monitoring and the monitoring that we require of our stakeholders to better effectively do our jobs and be more efficient. The Water Quality Monitoring Council houses many work groups that does theme-specific water quality monitoring. Probably the most applicable to this group is going to be the Safe to Swim Network, which we'll hear a lot about, and the Safe to Eat work group, which is focused more on bioaccumulatives, but also would include any sort of contaminants in fish tissue and shellfish tissue. Okay, so I'm going to start off with kind of where we are now with inland beach recreational water quality monitoring. So the statewide objectives exist for inland surface waters, enclosed bays and estuaries, but there is no statewide monitoring program. Nothing required. There is no AB 411 requiring the monitoring for our inland waters, which is, as you imagine, a big data gap for us, as most of our waters are inland. There is, however, sporadic monitoring that is done on the regional level. Community-based groups, tribal governments, they do monitoring and they submit those to CGN, or we receive those generally in the integrated report process. And they are included to the best of our ability into the Safe to Swim network map, which Amanda highlighted, and that kind of includes a global picture of the monitoring that we do have available. But you'll see that it's heavily weighted towards the coast, because that's where we have the primary, that's where the monitoring is required in California. So, and a good example, so the inland waters is focused on E. coli, so that's the main difference between the two water body types. You're going to have E. coli versus Enterococcus, and fecal for the ocean waters. And there is a good example of a regional monitoring program in Region 5, the Central Valley, just down the road. They do a really great job of consistently monitoring the confluence of the American and Sacramento rivers, and actually have a pretty good turnaround time as far as informing the public on an interactive map. So that's there are examples out there of when there's a regional priority. So, as Amanda mentioned, enter Assembly Bill 1066, which was brought to the legislature by Assembly member at the time, Richard Bloom, in 2021, signed into law in October 2021. It's called the Priority Inland Water Contact Recreational Sites Water Quality Monitoring. And it's really a first step at what could be a future legislative process for establishing a statewide monitoring program. It names the California Water Quality Monitoring Council as the primary implementation entity because it recognized that the Safe to Swim network was already a big piece of the Water Monitoring Council, and we could learn a lot from what's been done in AB 411 if we were looking to establish an inland beach monitoring program. It also tasks the State Water Board to work collaboratively with CDPH, Department of Public Health, to form a work group to address the mandates within that law. So here is a little bit about the mandates. I'm just going to briefly go through these. One is passed, July 1. The council is to direct a work group to study recreational hazards at priority recreational sites. When I say hazards, it's broader than bacteria, and that was intentional. There is a focus on underserved communities as well within the legislation, and the intent there is that we recognize that bacterial standards are important for protecting public health, and upper GI illnesses are no fun, but that there are a lot of other hazards out there, primarily drowning, that we want to take into account in this as well. And there's a whole section about, developing public education on hopefully to, make generally safety beyond bacteria. So that is intentional and within the legislation. There is a work group within the council, a sub-work group of the Safe Swim Network called the Inland Beach Monitoring Work Group, which some of you attended several years ago, but didn't really take legs because there's no funding really involved with it. But we plan to leverage that work group, which I'll talk about in a second. July 1st, 2023, the work group submits a report to the council which identifies the hazards, what we would consider a recreational site within the inland waterways. And then finally, December of 2023, that we bring it to the Water Board with a proposed definition for those sites, as well as a recommendation for what the requirements would be for a monitoring program, which is all generally within the wheelhouse of the council. So where are we now, as I wrap up? We are going to use the Inland Beach Monitoring Work Group as a starting point. Luckily, CDPH did receive funding to support a staff person, Joe Christian, to help co-chair this work group. Unfortunately, the water boards did not. So we're looking to maybe several different staff entities to help lead this work group forward to help kind of meet these requirements I just outlined. And with that, there's my contact info. If you're interested in participating in the work group, here's how to do it. You can reach out to me, or there's also the listserv here that I'm going to use to kind of put out a call. And with that, I'll hand it off to John Ravenscroft from the US EPA to talk about the national water quality criteria.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So that's what's going to be up on the screen then, right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I am one of the height-challenged folks. So, can you all hear me okay with that? Okay, excellent. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is John Ravenscroft, and I'm a microbiologist with US EPA, and I'm in the Office of Water in DC, typically. And I wanted to start out by thanking the water boards and Rebecca and John and Jonathan and the CASCA. There's Karen, thank you. And for number one, planning and organizing this summit. This is a fantastic idea. Love the fact of having the open discussion with all of the stakeholders. This is such a great opportunity to be a part of. And so I wanted to thank you all for having me here as well. So,
Thanks for coming so far.
and Tim Wade was originally scheduled. He's one of our epidemiologists in the Office of Research and Development at EPA, and he unfortunately couldn't come here today. So I'm giving his talk instead. So with that, I'll get started and work the clicker here. There we go. So just the typical disclaimer we have. I'm here speaking, not necessarily part of the EPA, even though I work there. So there you are. One of the things wanted to cover today, Rebecca had shared with me some of the objectives that they were hoping to meet today. And so part of those was to understand the criteria that EPA recommended back in 2012 and the data underlying that, how that health data was used to inform those decisions that went into recommending those criteria. I think in order to get there, I wanted to provide a common understanding of how we got here today. I think there are building blocks and decisions that have been made over the decades in risk management and policy and science that sort of kind of produced a framework in which we have today, and understanding those, how we've used information about fecal-associated pathogens and health effects and the fecal indicator organisms that have been talked about already. And then also, relative to that, the evolving understanding we have of risk from water exposure that's fecally contaminated is important and will help identify and maybe support the discussion of opportunities that we're all hoping to have following this. Additionally, in order to do that, I want to talk a little bit about the NEAR studies that EPA, these are epidemiological studies that EPA has done and informed the last round of criteria development, and then also talking about a 5-year review process that US EPA is working on. And I'll end up with some overarching conclusions that I think will help springboard us into this afternoon's panel discussion, at least that's my hope. And so some of the objectives that Rebecca had asked about was describing the criteria, discussing the historical and current understanding of risk related to those criteria, and describe the science that were used to derive and develop the criteria. So we'll talk a little bit about those as we go through. So, got to click that. Okay, there we are. There was always some mention about waterborne pathogens that are associated with fecal contamination, and these fall into 3 main groups. There are the bacteria that we're familiar with, things like pathogenic E. coli, like O157H7, that's sort of the poster child for pathogenic E. coli, things like Salmonella and Campylobacter. There are also parasites, protozoans, Cryptosporidium, I'll call it crypto if I mention again, probably shorthanded. Giardia, these These are another main type of pathogen. And then there's one that has become more and more of interest, and these are the enteric human viruses, things like norovirus, rotavirus, and adenovirus. One thing to note is that the exposure to the human feces contaminated waters have been associated with illness and infection. We do that through the epidemiological studies. These studies don't necessarily measure pathogens. What they look at is the water quality in terms of a fecal indicator bacterium, and then the illness that's reported by those that have participated in those studies. And that linkage is made there, all right? And so GI illness is a common endpoint in these studies, and although some of these pathogens can cause other illnesses, like adenovirus up here can cause respiratory illness. Some of these pathogens can occur from humans, or occur in human feces or non-human feces, or both. And particularly when a pathogen can come from an animal source or a non-human source and then infect a human, they're called zoonotic pathogens. And so EPA published a lit review way back in 2009 that identified some studies of relevant zoonotic pathogens. And we collected that information to, we end up using some of that shorter list of relevant zoonotic pathogens included into our quantitative microbial risk assessment framework. Those ended up on a short list of reference pathogens, relevant reference pathogens that we use to look at risk from feces. So, sorry, the clicker's a little sensitive. So the opportunities, so using fecal indicator organisms in public health, it's kind of impractical to look at the broad list of pathogens that can be present, and even some of the ones we don't know about that could be present. So instead, we use these non-pathogenic surrogates, namely the culturable fecal indicator bacteria. And they've been used for about a century in both drinking water contexts and surface water risk management to protect and to measure fecal contamination. And it's mainly these fecal indicator bacteria are found in high densities in sewage. They're found in the feces of humans and other warm-blooded animals. And elevated levels in the water can indicate the presence of potential presence of fecal contamination. So there's like some background level of these things because they occur in the environment normally. Then when you have fecal contamination, you have a lot of them and they get into the water as well. So you're looking at that delta, if you will, and that's what we think of as fecal contamination. And one of the things that's really notable with the fecal indicator bacteria is that they're relatively easy to enumerate compared to pathogens. I think Josh Steele from SWRCB will be speaking this afternoon. He's got a lot of good experience trying to enumerate pathogens directly, and it's a challenge. Even today, it still can be a challenge. So the culturable fecal indicator bacteria are easy to enumerate, and so are the gene-based methods that we use to enumerate them as well. But there are challenges. And one of the challenges, and this is, I think, something that folks in California are dealing with regularly, is that they're not specific to human fecal contamination. So again, they can occur from animals, they can be in the environment, and if your risk management approaches, you want to really protect for human fecal contamination and the risk from humans, then the fecal indicator organisms there are some challenges involved around that. These indicators can persist, regrow, and recover in the environment. So even if they're disinfected in an effluent, they, under conducive conditions, can recover in ambient waters to some extent. They can have significant loading from non-fecal sources. Again, these organisms do exist in the environment. That's natural microflora. Now, they may be at low levels, say in soil, but they're there. And every time we look, we find them. And when you have certain events like, say, wet weather and there's a first flush, you can have a lot of them, significant loading occurring from non-fecal sources. So when you're monitoring the end of that impact, there are challenges with interpretation of that monitoring data. There's documented treatment differentials in wastewater treatment plants. So We do secondary treatment and disinfection widely across the country. That treatment train is effective in removing culturable fecal indicator bacteria or reducing their number. But it's less effective at removing things like those viruses that we talked about or the parasites that we talked about. So there's a treatment differential, and one may interpret the monitoring data in waters receiving that sort of source as maybe being better than it is because of that. There's also, they don't correlate well with pathogens. The culturable fecal indicator bacteria don't correlate well with pathogens. And this study by Wu is one that was, it's a sort of a review analysis and meta-analysis in the literature that looked at 40 years of data, something like 550 some studies. And E. coli, culturable E. coli and Enterococci actually performed the worst at this. Fecal coliforms actually did perform better in some situations. But again, the link that we have for using the fecal indicator bacteria are through those epi studies. There are statistical associations between increasing numbers of these and increasing levels of illness. So there's this other component to that, not necessarily do they occur, are they present or absent when a pathogen is present or absent. So that's a little bit of a harder question to address and to show. But just realize that there's also this technical definition of a pathogen indicator, and then there's a nice legal definition that occurred in the Beach Act back in 2000 that just says a substance that's present that can indicate the potential for disease. And so, when we talk about pathogen indicator, there's a broader definition of that. Just keep that in mind. All right. So I'm going to dive in a little bit to the historical process by which we got to today. Let's see. We'll have to go all the way back to the 1950s. Let's jump in our time machine, shall we? And so way back then, there was more of a move in a society that we had more recreational time. There was more people swimming, and various states had questions about, well, is it safe? Are there potential risks associated with people swimming in waters that might be fecally contaminated? And so there were various studies that were being done at this time, and we were looking for something that we could use as a surrogate, and total coliforms kind of rose up at that time. And then in this study that I've cited here with Stevenson in 1953, they found that when people were swimming in waters above 2,300 total coliforms per 100 mils, there was a significant increase in risk or illness. And it wasn't to say that what the illness rate was, it was just that there was a significant increase. So look at it like as a cut point, if you will. Below that, there was an assumption that there was zero excess risk of illness. And just keep that in mind. That's an important point because that changes as we move forward. And then there's some criticisms because total coliforms aren't specific to fecal contamination. Many members of total coliforms just exist in the environment, so if you find them, it's sort of a, well, okay, but what does it mean? So flash forward to 1968, and the Public Health Service and the National Technical Advisory Committee discussed looking at a more specific fecal indicator. And so they were interested in using fecal coliforms. That was the new thing at the time, if you will, and they, based on a study that was conducted in the Ohio River, a single study in the Ohio River that found 18% of the total coliforms were fecal coliforms. You kind of do that math and you come out to 400 fecal coliforms per 100 mils. And then they said, well, we want to make sure we're, protective, so we're going to half that level and make sure we're still in that assumption of zero risk. And so that became the 200 fecal coliforms per 100 mil number that we have. And in 1976, EPA recommended these fecal coliforms in the first ambient REC criteria, and it consists of two components. The geometric mean, the central tendency component, which was the 200 fecal coliforms per 100 mils, and then there was this upper tail end, if you will, of the distribution to control water quality and risk that said that no more than 10% of the samples above 400. And that was both components together, and this is one of those building blocks that you still see today in recommendations that we have and standards that exist in the country. But again, at the time, if you were below 200 fecal coliforms, you thought, oh, you're good. The assumption is zero excess risk from swimming, so we're fine. And then flash forward to the 70s and 80s. And at this time, so EPA formed in 1970, and this was our first round of epidemiological studies that were being conducted in fresh and marine waters that were mainly human impacted. And back then, human impacted meant more or less well-treated human sewage, you know. And so we defined gastrointestinal illness as highly credible gastrointestinal illness, HCGI. You might have seen that before with the 86 criteria, for instance. And those symptoms were listed, were put together as part of that definition, and it also included fever. Keep that in mind. I'll be talking about that here again, too. And the strongest associations were observed between HCGI and enterococci and E. coli and marine and fresh. And on the right-hand side of the slide, what you see is the results of that in, say, marine water, where the solid line is that regression relationship between water quality and illness, water quality being on the x-axis, y-axis is illness. And those dotted lines are the 95th percentile of confidence that you have around that mean. So there's some uncertainty around the mean, and that's accounted for by the dotted lines, but there's variability in both the water quality and the illness around any given point. So there's a little bit of mush, if you will, around that line. But nonetheless, if you focus just on the diagonal line, you can see that as you have more enterococci in the water, you have a higher rate of illness. So that's meeting that part of the definition for pathogen indicator that we were talking about. Not necessarily whether the pathogens are there or not when the enterococci are elevated. So, using that information, in 1984, EPA proposed draft criteria based on the new EPI data, and part of the results of that new EPI data was, oh my, there's risk. We're not at zero risk when you're below 200 fecal coliforms. There was an actual level of risk that was being able to describe or characterized by that level of fecal coliforms, and that was 15 GI per thousand in marine and 6 GI per thousand in fresh. So, you know, now that was sort of an inflection point, if you will, in the decision making. So the proposed draft criteria corresponding to those levels were derived. And you can approach this in two different directions. You can say, hey, I want to protect at this level of illness. What's my water quality? All right, what should the numbers be? And the other one is, I've got these water quality values. What level of protection's conferred by those water quality values? And you can approach it in either direction. And the EPI data allows you to query both questions, right? And so the draft criteria that were proposed in 1984 used the first approach. Okay, we know we've got some risk. We want to be equivalently protective with going forward with these better indicators. What numbers should we have? And as you can see, like particularly with the marine one, that's 3 enterococci per 100 mils, there was some questions raised at the time, like how do you implement that? How do you measure that? And you know, rightly so. So when we went, we took those public comments back and went to produce the final 1986 criteria, we addressed it by using the second approach. We said, we're going to do exactly the same thing we did before from total coliforms to fecal coliforms. We're going to do a water quality translation, but we're going to use the data that was collected in all of those EPI studies at the various locations instead of just one place in the Ohio River. We're going to have all these multiple sites. And when you do that translation, you end up with the numbers that you might remember from the 1986 criteria, which were like 35 in marine, enterococci in marine, 33 in freshwater, and then 126 E. coli in freshwater. But what we said at the time was, okay, now that we have our water quality values, what's the level of protection that's conferred by those values, those geometric means? And so looking at the EPI data, we found that in the freshwater it was 8 HCGI in fresh, and then 19 per thousand in marine. So that's where those numbers came from. All right, so that Where we ended up in 86 was a markedly different place than where we thought we were, say, back in 76 or back in the 60s or in the 50s even. We have a much better idea, or had a much better idea, using the state-of-the-art information we had at the time, available at the time, to understand what that level of protection really meant. So, flashing forward to the Beach Act, these were amendments to the Clean Water Act that went into place in year 2000, and two of the sections that were relevant to today's discussion was, one was Section 104V that said, EPA, you're going to conduct new studies, and you're going to characterize human health risks from exposure to pathogens and surface waters. And you're going to look at appropriate and effective indicators for improving detection in a timely manner. So timely manner is a key piece of this. And then Section 304A9 said, EPA, you're going to use that data and you're going to recommend new criteria. And then you're going to review them every 5 years and see if you need to revise them again. And so both of those components influence what we did in terms of the National Epidemiological and Environmental Assessment of Recreational Water Study. And that's a mouthful, so we're going to call it NEAR study from now on here. And the main research question that we posed in this study, and this was done by the Office of Research and Development at EPA, so where Tim Wade is, and he was involved in the planning and conduct of the study he was going to talk about today, was, is there an association between illness and rec water quality as measured by the novel and rapid methods for determining water quality? So these rapid methods that you've been using as well. And these were the results for this study were mainly published in 2006, 2008, and 2010. And if I encourage you to take a look at that, the results were really interesting. Some of the highlights of this study design was that there was a follow-up interview that went out 10 to 12 days. This is a little bit longer than what we had typically done in multiple studies leading up to this. Part of that longer follow-up period is to potentially capture some of the parasite type of infections that people might be exposed to. And those tend to show up later, like a week to 10 days after exposure. So that captured those, as well as the site selection for these studies. Instead of just going to human impacted beaches, they were human impacted, but they were also affected by treated effluent discharge. So the core NEAR sites were all effluent affected, and the contributing population had to be at least 10,000. And so we also included the rapid methods, the qPCR, the quantitative polymerase chain reaction methods for Enterococcus and Bacteroides and Clostridia, and then we also included Enterococcus culture, not E. coli, just Enterococcus culture. And at one site we had colophage data. And these are the locations, locations on the Great Lakes and the marine waters. And it's kind of hard to see, but on the marine side, the pointer's not really working. So there's a circle up around Rhode Island, and then there's a couple more sites on the Gulf. So those are the range of different sites on the marine side. And then all the freshwater sites were all at the Great Lakes. These are two of the study sites on the marine waters, and I did want to point out, like, when I say effluent impacted, you'll be able to see there's Fairhope, there's the wastewater treatment plant, there's the discharge point, and the beach is right south of that. And the flow of the water goes from north, like top to bottom on the picture. Edgewater, there's the wastewater treatment plant. The two discharges are right there from the wastewater treatment plant, and the beach is right there. So, you know, it's proximal to the discharge, the exposure. Again, you guys might not have that issue in California, thankfully. I think some of the folks here were talking about progress being made. And so, you know, you take credit for that because you have done things to clean up waters here in California, coastal waters. This is not showing up too good on the slide, but this is one of the Great Lakes beach sites. This is on Lake Michigan. To the left of the photograph is Gary, Indiana. To the right is Ohio. This is right at the bottom of Lake Michigan, basically. The red arrow points at one of the POTWs that discharges into a creek that comes out, and you can kind of see the plume kind of on the screens here that hug the coast on the nearshore current because the winds are blowing in that direction that day. And there's beaches on both sides of the discharge where the discharge enters the lake. So if you're on the right beach that day, might not be a good day at the beach, right? But you'd be okay on the left side. And you can come back tomorrow and the wind could change direction and the plume's now going on the left side, on the right side here. So it's important to have an indicator, a surrogate, that's going to tell you what the hazardous condition is, that's going to effectively represent the hazardous condition. Rush through some of these things. So health outcomes, near gastrointestinal illness is the thing we talk about now, NGI. That's the important point about that is fever's not needed because of the viral GI illness doesn't necessarily present fever or it could be a real low-grade fever. You just kind of feel yucky. So this is a broader illness definition that could help capture potential illness from viruses. Some of the key results, the molecular methods, so the Enterococcus qPCR was associated with GI illness among the swimmers. The culturable Enterococcus was not, right? So data for the non-GI illnesses were not associated with the indicator. And the bullet here says qPCR, Enterococcus qPCR associations with NGI were stronger and more consistent. They were statistically significant. One of the other important points, and I think the SWRCB folks here were helping with testing this out as well in Southern California, is that the 8 a.m. samples were statistically associated with GI illness. This is like a really notable thing. You could go out early in the morning, take a sample, process it, and be able to post the beach. It might be a bad day at a good beach, right? So you could post the bad day before lunch, before most people might be there. And so this is like a really good opportunity for public health protection. You could prevent exposure. And so like some of the folks at SWRCB, they tried to okay, what else do you need to do to be able to do the timely notification? They were trying to what do you got to do in practice? You got a fast method. How do we get a fast notification? And so I invite you to, I see Ken and John back there, they were involved in this. You talk to them on a break or something, and they could provide some of their experience. So the 2012 criteria, it was stated in terms of NGI, and this is about 4.5 times as much NGI as there is HCGI, and that's to help incorporate the viral illness. So what used to be 8 HCGI is now 36 NGI, and we also included 32 NGI. Rebecca had that up on her screen earlier. That equated to about 7 HCGI before. We included the statistical threshold values, the beach action values, which is the upper percentile of the geometric mean, the distribution around the geometric mean, and the beach action value was the beach notification value at 75th percentile. Statistical threshold was the 90th percentile. And then there was also a section 6 in the criteria that talked about evaluating and managing rec water. So sanitary surveys, I can't encourage that enough. Know your sources, know the hazardous condition, know how those sources impact your beach or impact your water body. So if it's wet weather, know that it's wet weather. If it's humid, know that it's humid. Like those things are very, very important to help interpret your monitoring data. And then there's also considerations for alternative criteria, such as using quantitative microbial risk assessment. Jeff Solar, who's here. Jeff, raise your hand. He's all the way in the back. He's probably going to talk about that as well, and also how to use epi data, and then also method performances. So science marches on once you get these epi data collected. Additional methods come out, additional indicators come out. We wanted to recommend an approach that states could use to incorporate the new data until the next round of epi data is collected. So there's a way to do that, and we've published technical support materials for implementation. Up here are the tables, the recommended tables. I won't spend much time on this other than to say the table on the left are the recommended criteria. The table on the right are the qPCR values that are at the equivalent level of protections, the ones on the left. But because there were some issues around implementing qPCR, particularly at that time, we kept that as a recommended tool for use, particularly for beach notification. Right?
California chose the 32 option.
And so, every 5 years after 2012, required by the Beach Act, we were going to review and assess the need to revise the criteria. And so we already had one round in 2017, and we decided not to revise the criteria. And we're in the middle of the second one. And so we've done literature searches on specific topics, including health studies, and that would be epi studies, QMRA, Jeff's going to talk about outbreak reports, also children's health and exposure. So children, particularly younger children, have a higher exposure and a disproportionate health burden from exposure to fecal contamination. So we wanted to collect as much information as we can have on that. And you might recall in 2019 when we published the cyanotoxin criteria for rec waters, those were based on the higher exposures that children have. So we're looking at that in terms of potential revisions to the criteria that we have. Alternative surrogates and enumeration methodologies, so things, other surrogates that might be out there that are like colophages, other fecal source identifiers like HF183, which you might hear some from Ali this afternoon, and also looking at antimicrobial resistance. Okay, 1 minute, okay. So I just wanted to say that this epi data has been put together with the epi data that SWRCB collected at various locations in Southern California. And there has been quite a few publications that have come out of that, and one of the most recent ones is Tim's paper that he was going to talk about today at the bottom here, and it looked at additional analyses of children's risk, as well as sources of fecal contamination and level of exposure. And I just want to click through. So these were all the different parameters that were examined in Tim's analyses. And notice the age categories, notice the level of exposure, as well as the sites. So there were various, so as I mentioned earlier, the core near sites were effluent affected. There were other sites that were looked at in Southern California where the contamination dynamics were more complex. And so that made the information more difficult to interpret in some respects. So, but all of that was put together with the NEARS data. And so here are all the various sites. And as you can see, there's human impacted, point source, course sites, all sites together. And so here's some of the outcomes. It's hard to tell the colors up on the screen, but all ages is in each row of dots is all ages, and then it's adults and then kids, 12 and under, 10 and under, 6 and under. And notice the pattern of the dots. The kids, there's overlap, of course, 12 and under, 10 and under, 6 and under. But the central tendency for all three age groups is pretty similar, all significantly higher than the adults, and look like they're driving the overall general population risk that we have or that we've looked at in the past. It's 2.5 times, the children's central tendency is 2.5 times, so that's pretty high. This is for diarrhea as an endpoint and looking at measuring water with the Enterococcus qPCR method. When you look at NGI and Enterococcus, similar pattern occurs. You have the kids significantly higher than the adults, basically driving the risk in the water, if you will. And when you look at Enterococcus CFUs, it's more difficult to pick this out. They're not significant. There's some indications of significance, say like if kids 6 and under stayed in the water for 60 minutes, it looked like there was a significant increase in risk and an odds ratio, but how that translates or if that translates into a significant health relationship when in terms of the indicator is another question. Source was important. Core near sites were effluent impacted. Non-human sources, sites that were non-human impacted, were not significant. And this is looking at Enterococcus qPCR for kids 10 and under. So the human sources drive the risk. You know, human sources, the riskiest poop out there is human, right? So diarrhea was a much more sensitive endpoint than NGI, but diarrhea is included in the definition of NGI. The Enterococcus qPCR was the strongest, had the strongest and statistically significant relationships for children under several different exposures parameters. The associations were weaker. That is not significant for the Enterococcus qPCR or Enterococcus culture. And children were also statistically significant, had statistically significant greater risk for severe GI illness, which was something that lasts 3 or more days and may have involved a doctor's visit or a hospital visit because, you know, kids can get dehydrated pretty easy, so they can have more severe outcomes. And human contamination was, had stronger associations. And so the source matters, and Jeff's going to talk about that later today. So science continues to advance our understanding of risk. just today as well as it has been over the decades, right? And when you're managing fecal contamination or public health to prevent, exposure to fecal contamination, this science is really helping to help us interpret that data to provide that public health protection. Considerations need to be given with the culturable fecal indicator bacteria because of their source, which may be fecal or not, and the sources of fecal contamination they come from. So Jeff might talk about this afternoon, but there's a risk differential between human and non-human sources, or there can be. And the level of enterococcus at any given level of protection can be different depending on the source. Historically, our recommendations have been based on human-impacted waters, so that's important to consider. And the way you get at this is to look at the sanitary survey. Like I said, I can't encourage that enough. And EPA's published a sanitary survey app for the phone, so you can go to the EPA site and download it. And then there's other tools that can be used to understand fecal sources, like the source identifiers, those sort of things. And there's tools that we have today that we didn't have 40, 30, 20 years ago, like QMRA, that can help address, fill the gaps, if you will, for where we don't have EpiData, or when you have complex situations that EpiData has not been helpful with. And measure the measures of fecal contamination, like the gene-based methodologies and source identifiers. So with that, I'm sorry I went a little over, but I'm happy to take any questions.
I really appreciate all of that. That was a lot of history, a lot of good detail, John. We do have one more speaker who we would like to invite up. We've been talking a lot about recreational standards, and we're going to kind of switch over to shellfish harvesting standards for a little bit. And Vanessa, it's very nice to actually meet you, may I say. Thank you for joining us today. Vanessa comes to us from the California Department of Public Health, a senior environmental scientist, to talk a little bit about our commercial shellfish standards. And then when you're done, I'm going to turn it, Ryan, back to you. I know we are running a little late right now, and I'm hoping you have some ideas for how to manage the question and answer around lunch. Okay, fabulous.
I think anything you to say to people.
In about 20 minutes, we'll open it up for questions. We'll do about 15 minutes for questions and then lunch. So hang in there for this last little bit. Good. Thank you, Vanessa.
You can wrap us up, Vanessa.
Try to be quick. All right. So I'm Vanessa. I'm with the Department of Public Health, the Pre-Harvest Shellfish and Marine Biotoxin Monitoring Program. Okay, so we're going to go over a little background, the standards for commercial shellfish, including the sanitary survey process, the water quality indicators, a little bit about shellfish harvesting closures, and the thresholds, how they're changed. So background, I'm talking about bivalve molluscan shellfish, so oysters, mussels, clams, scallops, not crustaceans. These are filter feeders. They have a really high illness risk because they concentrate microbiological organisms and toxins and can be eaten raw. All right, well, what does my program do? So we have two components. We're the pre-harvest shellfish program. We're in charge of the commercial shellfish growing areas. We have oversight over them. We issue growing area certificates. Those are location specific, and they allow harvest of shellfish for sale for human consumption. We assess the sanitary quality of the growing areas, and we constantly monitor them. We also do marine biotoxin monitoring for both commercial and recreational. Okay, commercial shellfish growing areas. In California, there are 5 areas with different companies in them. They're all aquaculture based. They are not wild harvest. And they, as I mentioned, they're at discrete locations. All right, the shellfish standards, they are found in the National Shellfish Sanitation Program Model Ordinance. And if I say NSSP, this is what I'm referring to. These are the sanitary standards for shellfish moving into interstate commerce. So there is a national standard for people to sell them. We are considered the California State Shellfish Control Authority. We're evaluated by FDA for conformance with the NSSP. And this is an interestingly state and federal and industry cooperative program that we meet, and I'll talk about that later to change things. Okay. So how do we assess the growing areas? We do a sanitary survey. It's similar and different to the one for water quality or for the beach recreational quality. So we determine if the area is able to be classified for harvest for human consumption. And the requirements for the sanitary survey are outlined in the NSSP. This is not a one-time thing, it's a continuous process. We put out annual update reports, and then we have to do a full long report every 12 years. So as outlined in the NSSP, the components of the sanitary survey are a pollution source survey, where we identify and evaluate all actual and potential pollution sources. And those could be agricultural, wastewater treatment plants, domestic waste, marinas, wildlife, stormwater. We conduct a physical shoreline survey, and then we also establish prohibited areas around things like wastewater treatment plants and marinas. So here's an example of the wastewater treatment plant closure zones around the Santa Barbara Channel growing area. The lease is that tiny square out in the channel, and then there are quite a few wastewater treatment plant outfalls that we've established closure zones for, and there is actually a little marina one at the harbor. Each one is different depending on the plant and the travel time in case there was an emergency, how quickly they could notify us, and the dilution zone at like the max discharge. Other factors are hydrographic and meteorological characteristics. So we look at the tides, the currents, the rainfall, the wind, river discharge. So we're talking about water quality indicators. We do, as a component, is a water quality study. Sample sites must be adequate to assess all the different pollution sources. We follow the sampling strategies outlined. And at the end, we determine the classification. And there's 5 options. Really, there's like 3, but then there's the conditional options, which when we talk about closing the growing areas, that's what we outline in a management plan. So the classification and allowing of harvest, it's based on the water quality, a lot of these other factors, let's say, there's other types of not just water quality, but contaminants. We would have to look at those as well. And then the predictability of pollution, because if it's not predictable and we can't manage for it, then we can't classify the area. We can't allow harvest. Okay, indicators. In the NSSP, they have for water quality total and fecal options available. CDPH uses fecal coliform. It's a 5-tube, 3-dilution, multiple tube fermentation method that gives you an MPN, a most probable number per 100 milliliters. And the laboratories performing the method have to be evaluated by the Federal Food and Drug Administration for the specific methods outlined in the NSSP, and they have method checklists. So there's only 4 labs in California that can do the shellfish methods. Okay, water quality numbers. So using this specific 5-tube, 3-dilution method, there are a minimum number of samples that are used in our water quality studies to calculate this. So a minimum of 30 samples, and then depending on the growing area and the water quality, you have to have a minimum of 5 to 6 per year, depending on point versus non-point. We have most of our growing areas collect more data. So we can break it down generally into 2 classification types. There's approved, which is you can harvest from the water, sell directly into the market. Then there's restricted, which means you need to relay it to a different approved growing area or depurate it in a depuration system. And then it can go to market. So it has to be cleaned. So for approved, the geometric mean of a minimum of 30 samples, the threshold is 14 MPN. And then we have kind of that upper limit criteria, and depends on your sampling strategy. You can do the estimated 90th percentile is 43, or if you're doing the 10%, they have to be 10% of the samples have to be less than 43. And then for a relay, it's 88 and 260. Okay, so I wanted to point out that this language is pasted from the NSSP, the top part, that there's the 2 components. So the first component is the geometric mean. It's the first tendency. And then there's a second component, which is it represents the variability of the testing procedure. It's not necessarily meant to evaluate the variability of the water quality. We don't want the water quality to be variable when we're harvesting a food commodity. We want to know that this water quality is safe. That's why we have closures when it's variable. Yes, and the numbers. So the estimated 90th percentile, it's based on the method 95% confidence interval. Right. Okay. Meat data. Well, why don't we have a meat standard? The NSSP does not necessarily have a meat standard for growing area classification. Meat standards are used for specific things, relays, depurations, cleansing studies, evaluating a wastewater treatment plant. The indicators for meat, they do have specific applications. The options are total coliform, fecal coliform, and the viral indicator, male-specific coliphage. And that one's more particular to larger wastewater treatment plants. Okay. So all of the growing areas in California are conditional classifications. We have management plans that we write and give to the harvesters. They have to follow them for these predictable pollution conditions. And most of it is rainfall related and runoff related. We do have some areas that do have seasonal closures, so months where the water quality doesn't meet the criteria and they're closed for the entire month. Here's an example of the rainfall closure rules for Agua Hedionda Lagoon in Carlsbad. It's a restricted growing area, and they have to depurate when they're open. All the shellfish has to go through depuration. So you can see here, there's a 0.4 inch in 24 hours, and they close. We close them. So we're monitoring the rainfall every day, on the weekends. We're monitoring the rainfall at all the growing areas. And then we follow that and then reopen them after the reopening time. And so these are based on water quality studies that we've conducted. Okay. So how do we change the standards for commercial shellfish? As I mentioned, they are established through the National Shellfish Sanitation Program, and you have to change them through this cooperative process, and it's called the Interstate Shellfish Sanitation Conference, and we are a participant in that. They hold meetings every other year. They have committees ongoing, and people submit change proposals, and then deliberated and voted on. So that's the process. It can be very slow, right? And new methods go to a laboratory committee. This is like a separate ongoing thing. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you joining, Vanessa. I really appreciate everybody who joined. I think we want to invite everybody who has been a speaker since our break back up to the top, and I think, are we going to open it for questions? Can I turn it over to you?
Yep. And Rebecca, I might ask you to do a similar thing, although some of the questions may be for you, so we may have you repeat questions because, yeah, you might have to. They're fixing microphones hopefully over lunch so that we'll actually be able to distribute them out, which we were hoping to be able to do. So anyway, this is a workaround. So at this point, we wanted to provide an opportunity to just ask questions from anyone you just heard from over the last hour and a half. And so I think I'm just going to open it up, and if folks want to direct your question to someone in particular, we'll do that. Planning team, I think also if you all have questions that you can imagine people may be curious about, please feel free. So are there any, I'll just ask, are there any questions at this point? Yeah, go ahead and we'll go around the room. And Rebecca, I'm going to ask you to just paraphrase the question for the folks online. Okay.
The best I can.
Go ahead, Delia.
So say after the discussion, in 3 days, Friday, we come out with a plan to, and express that would be like a 2
Yeah, so the question was kind of reference back to what I had said in my presentation, that it takes, once we know what we want to do, it takes 2 years at the best to go through the public process to change a standard. So what do we do in the interim? I think that's your question. And my answer to that is that we would continue to rely upon the objectives that we have in place right now. So the E. coli, enterococci, fecal coliform objectives that I showed, those still have the link to illness. And I consider them still to be valuable. I think there may be some options for us moving forward to get a metric that is even more closely associated with risk of people getting sick, especially in the recreational arena. But that doesn't mean what we currently have is not, doesn't have a justification for it. And so we're going to continue to use it in the interim.
Thank you. I saw a question back there, and then we'll come up to the front. Yeah, go ahead. For Amanda? Okay, and we might ask the speakers to come up to this one of these two microphones to answer.
We'll just switch off.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. First, we're going to have Rebecca paraphrase the question, and then...
Go ahead. You can stand up, though, Amanda, and figure out how you want to respond to that. I think what I heard, though, is that in 2015, AB 411 started requiring a change in the sampling point, right, and to 0.0, and I'm assuming that's really where the drain comes out and hits the beach really close to that point. And it looked like our data got worse, our conditions got worse, and so you were asking, was this anticipated? Is that your question?
I'm actually inviting my supervisor, Kat Walsh, to come up and talk about that because she's been around longer than I have and might have some better insight.
Hi, so as Amanda mentioned, I'm Kat Walsh. I supervise the Ocean Standards Unit. So that's a great question. So actually, I wasn't involved in the beach program at that time myself, but I don't believe that it was anticipated. John, am I wrong in that? I'm wrong. Sorry.
So I was involved, and so I'm Jonathan Bishop, Chief Deputy Director, and so it was anticipated. We knew that when you moved from I think it was 20 yards up or downstream prior to that, that there was going to be a change. And there was a lot of discussion about what that meant. Does it mean that the water quality has gotten worse, or it just means that because we're now sampling right at the outfall, we're going to have higher exceedances? But it was also clear that there was areas, if you're trying to protect at the ankle depth at the most likely place for contamination, that would be ankle depth at the outfall. And so, yeah, it was anticipated. We knew that it was going to change. Some counties did both to look at the comparison to see. Some just made the change based on because we were paying for the 0, we weren't paying for the 20 foot, so 20 yards. So we knew it was going to happen, but it was determined that that was the most protective. Sorry to jump up.
Anytime, John.
Yeah, good. I think there are a couple questions here and then one here. How about back there? Yeah, go ahead, and then. So this is a question for John, and Rebecca, do you want to give a quick paraphrase?
Yeah, I think I heard the question to be that for the sanitary surveys, was there a difference between it being next to the beach, and I kind of missed the other.
On the photos? Uh-huh. I don't think we track that information.
John, I might have you.
So
yeah,
were they separate CSOs or not?
Right. We're the systems.
Yeah.
As far as I know, it was just a sewage treatment plant. I don't know if any of those were treating combined sewer systems or if they were all separated. They were, located on the Great Lakes and on New England and in the Gulf. It could be both. It could be a CSO system. I just don't know. But these were all, this was like dry weather, monitoring as well. So the EPI study was looking for folks recreating on any given day that they were there on a weekend when the study was going on. So if it rained, no one was there, or we didn't go there. So there were some days post rainfall, like if it had rained during the previous week, there were some days that were captured there, but it was mainly dry weather, good, for East Coast, good swimming conditions.
Thank you. All right, I saw a question here, and then back in the room. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I got that. Let me see if I can do the question justice. So you were recognizing that a lot of the epidemiological study that you were talking about, John, was done during the dry weather. And so I think there was a question about in the new work that EPA is doing, is there a look at wet weather conditions, including the San Diego surfer health study? And then I heard just a larger question about wet versus dry, and how is EPA looking at that and the connection with California data?
Sure. So in those figures I showed, that did not include the San Diego study. Okay, these included things like Doheny, Avalon, Malibu. I'm missing one. Which one is it? Mission Bay. That's it. I forgot about that one. So that plus the U.S. EPA sites. Now, during this 5-year review process, I also mentioned we have included, in fact, I know this because I wrote the section, that the wet weather epi study is included in that discussion. So that evaluation that we have is also included, but not in Tim's analysis that was just published in 2022. Okay.
Thank you. All right, I saw a question back here, and then we'll go to the very back of the room. Yeah, go ahead.
Two questions.
Thank you. So maybe Vanessa, I'll invite you up to this microphone while Rebecca repeats the questions. Thanks.
Yeah, so the first question was, I think I heard it was, what does it mean when there is a closure issued for a commercial harvest location?
Yeah, so if it's a rainfall closure, it's a closure to stop harvesting. So my program's in charge of the growing area. There's a post-harvest program in charge of handling and processing, but we just say cease harvest from this growing area. It's potentially contaminated, and then we'll open it up at time when it won't be contaminated.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Who happens to be on the council.
And Nick, you might have to repeat the question or paraphrase.
To repeat the question, he was asking regarding AB 1066, what would be the greatest challenge that I see for the implementation of 1066, as well as the creation of a potential inland monitoring program for recreational sites inland. And I think the biggest challenge is just the scope. There is just a vast amount of water bodies. Almost nearly every stream mile, lake, acre, creek is designated with the recreational contact beneficial use. So potentially every single access point could be considered an inland recreational beach. So I think defining what a recreational beach is going to be really important. And the biggest challenge for the council at this point is developing a work group that is resourced enough to kind of really think about that question on defining what a recreational site is, because by determining that, you're going to develop how many sites there are. I mean, right now we have a very fixed amount of coastal locations that are captured by AB 411. It's not even the full coast. It's just a very select few based on the criteria in AB 411. If we're talking about the entire inland coastal area, we're talking about a monumental amount of money, right? So we got to really think thoughtfully about how we protect the people most at risk. So we're thinking about underserved communities, how we define a beach, and then how we're going to fund the monitoring that adequately protects those people. So there's a lot of challenges, but
Great questions, thanks. So we're going to go from to the back and then to the front just to get a smattering. And I think we'll go another 5-6 minutes, take lunch around 12:20. So just to give a heads up. But yeah, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the question was about the presentation slides. Have they been or will they be provided? They have not yet been provided, but they will be. So we are going to, in the short term, get them all posted on the same Bacteria Summit landing page that CASQA has been hosting for us. So we hope that to happen soon after this summit. And then we'll also get them posted up on the Waterboard's webpage as well. And then I'm also, just for you guys' awareness, I'm asking for a few hard copies to be made just of the standards, the water quality objectives that I showed in my slides, so we have them available. So that should show up in the back of the room in the next couple of hours. Good question.
Yep, I think we have to get permission from the speakers first, and that's the only holdup. Go ahead, yeah.
Hi, question for Rebecca. You mentioned that the water code includes a requirement for description of surveillance, ongoing monitoring after remediation. Is that a requirement that would show up in the TMDL itself or elsewhere?
So the question is, I think I heard that is bringing back to what's required by the water code when we, in our basin plans and our water quality control plans, and you were talking about the description of surveillance, the monitoring plan. And is that necessary for remediation projects? And does it need to be in a TMDL? Did I get that right? So whenever we whenever we change a standard, we are supposed to also put into place a program of implementation, an implementation plan to lay out the actions that are necessary to attain the objective and ultimately the use. And one of the things we should include is the monitoring steps that are necessary in order to demonstrate that we're making progress towards ultimately attainment of our objectives and our use. So it's tied in whenever we do a water quality control plan amendment, like a basin plan amendment. Many of our TMDLs are basin plan amendments, and there should be a monitoring plan component with those TMDLs. So long way to answer your question, but hopefully that did.
Okay, so I'm just going to try to make my way around the room. So yeah, John.
I have a question for both Vanessa and standard. Talk about the same numbers. How, we were
So I think I heard the question, just recognizing that that you liked how CDPH manages in regards to shellfish manages the program. And then for both of our agencies, are we planning to work together? Should we make any changes to our shellfish objective standard in any way? I welcome your thoughts, but I would say, I mean, one of the reasons that we invited you here was because we want to continue to form these relationships. We have not yet, I would say, be working as closely together on these issues as I would like, but I would like to move forward. I think it doesn't make much sense for the Water Board to have one number over here and Department of Public Health to have a number over here when we're both trying to get to the same thing. So I think there's, certainly my goal is if and when we pick up a shellfish standards change, that we do that hand in hand with public health. And then it's, I think that there's a challenge in that we're going to have two separate processes, right? But, that's kind of the nature of the beast a bit. Did you want to add anything else?
We'll work together,
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have time for maybe one more question. Yes, Jill.
I'd like to know more about what the constraints are. Are there constraints to changing, like the averaging period, or?
Yeah, so I think the question was, what are the constraints around changing the shellfish harvesting objective for CDPH? Or REC.
We don't do rec. CDPH is only in charge of commercial. We don't do anything related to, yeah. Rebecca?
Yeah. Although I will highlight that there is a recreational value associated with AB 411 that is a CDPH objective or standard. I can't remember exactly what word is used. And in order for that to be consistent with our recreational base numbers, I think it's probably a legislative statute change. And so I think I need to go back to your question, was what are some of the constraints of changing an objective? Do we stay at a risk level? Did I miss anything else in that, Jill? Yeah, so, well, I think what we have an opportunity with looking at the 32 illnesses per 1,000 recreators risk level as we start looking at other indicators of, I think we'll be talking about some of the human indicators, HF183 or human Bacteroides. The constraints, I think, are staff resources, understanding the science, having the science, the time around doing the objectives. That's sort of what comes to my mind right off. There's probably more out there. Anything you wanted to add to that, John?
Well, yeah.
Attainability, how is it to attain?
No, that's not what I was going to add. What I was going to add is remember our goal. We're here to ensure it's safe to swim. So if we're going to think about changing standards in terms of what we use, what are the indicators, what are we going to benchmark that against? I would suggest we want to benchmark it against illness, if that's where we were going to go. If we're going to continue with the same standard, but we want to look at illness rates, we have to benchmark that against epidemiologic studies. It's not a question of just saying we're going to change this because we don't like it. There has to be a basis that reflects our goal of making sure it's safe to swim.
On that note, we are going to break for lunch. Thanks so much. So 2 quick things. We're going to reconvene here at 1:45. So that's, almost an hour and a half. In the afternoon, we decided that instead of taking a break, because we're going to try to get everyone out right at 4:30, we're just going to go through. So we're focusing on evaluation, monitoring what's happening, what are we learning from recent studies. So get some lunch. If you need suggestions about where to go, come up here and there's people who can give suggestions. It's also posted online in your materials, and we'll see you soon. Thanks. Great. Everyone, we're going to move towards getting started for the afternoon. So just a quick reminder about what the rest of the day is going to look like. We're going to have a series of speakers, and Charles Brook is going to introduce them, and a panel. And because we wanted to let folks out early enough, we're going to just go through and not take an official break. So I'm just trusting and asking all of you, take care of yourselves. If you need to stand up, leave the room, go to the restroom, get water, even just stand in the back, totally fine. We're informal enough. Oh, and there's snacks. There will be snacks in the afternoon, so folks can hop up and grab something. The other thing is there is going to be a happy hour at Drake's right after this. I think it's about a 30-minute walk from here, and it's beautiful, obviously. So if folks want to walk, that's great. And then coming back, if folks are staying downtown, just travel in groups or get a Lyft or an Uber. Anyway, I think that's all I've got in terms of logistics. Planning team, anything else before we get going? All right, Charles, I'm going to turn to you.
I hope everyone was able to find something to eat and or drink and had a restful break because we have a pretty packed afternoon ahead of us. This next session is how do we evaluate and measure if waters are safe to swim and shellfish are safe to eat? And this, to start off this topic for us, we are going to be starting with Josh Steele. He is a senior scientist in the microbiology department at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. And he is going to be talking about understanding of how we measure bacteria, evaluate the risk. And I'm going to let him take it away from there. Thanks, sir.
All right. Thanks, Charles. So hi, everybody. I'm going to basically talk to you guys about, give you sort of a 10,000-foot view of how we measure bacteria and viruses and a little bit about why, and also go through the types of methods we use and what we measure with them, and then some other practical considerations, what the EPA likes to call practical considerations, sampling and other things like that. So what are we measuring? Well, a lot of this morning we talked about fecal indicator bacteria. And so you can see we have Enterococcus, we have E. coli or coliform bacteria, represented here by E. coli. We also talked about other indicators, newer indicators. So these are Bacteroides bacteria, HF183, which is a human-specific indicator. Coliphage is a fecal indicator virus. And that doesn't work. So for what it's worth, the giant sort of oval shape in the middle is an E. coli. And the coliphage are the tiny little dots around the outside. And then we can also measure pathogens. So things like Campylobacter or norovirus, a number of those that John mentioned before. So that's what we can measure. That's what we're interested in measuring here. Okay, so why are we measuring them? Well, we're measuring them because we want to find out if there's fecal contamination in the water. That's really the big reason why. And why do we pick these particular ones? Well, I'm going to go through each of these categories really quickly. we want to measure them because we want them to be something we can measure. So when there's fecal contamination, fecal indicator bacteria are abundant. They're around quite a bit. Alternative indicators, also high concentration, they're abundant, we can measure them. Pathogens, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're in a concentration we can't measure. They may be there, we may not be able to see them. All right, what about, can we identify fecal sources by them, as you heard this morning? For fecal indicator bacteria, the traditional ones, no, we can't. We can't tell what source they're coming from. For the alternative indicators, sometimes we can. Depends on the indicator, depends on exactly what you're measuring, but some of them can distinguish sources, human from cattle, et cetera. And for pathogens, again, it depends on the pathogen. Some of them are more source-specific than others. All right, and then the other reason we're doing it is whether or not they're linked to illness. As you heard this morning, fecal indicators and also alternative indicators have been statistically linked to illness. So these are through epidemiology studies, some sort of statistical link to people getting sick, which is, again, why we're here. Pathogens have a different relationship. They are the causative agents of illnesses. They make you sick. So they're very interesting that way. All right, so we've gone to what we're measuring, why we're measuring it. So we'll get into a little bit more of an overview of how we measure these things. So there's two main categories, the growth-based methods and the gene-based methods. The growth-based methods are represented here on your right. And you filter the water sample, then you incubate them, and then you count them. On the left, we have the gene-based methods, and you filter the water sample, then you extract the genes out of it, and you measure those. And as you can see, they take a different amount of time. I'm going to go into a little more detail, so I'm going fast through this part. So we'll start with the one that was on your right, the growth-based methods. It's easy for me to say. These were developed more than a century ago. These are really old techniques. As John mentioned, they started using these total coliforms in recreational waters in the 50s. The way you do it, you grow them overnight, you measure them by hand. It can take 24 hours, I guess at the very fastest 18 hours, and up to 72 hours, depending on the method you use. So this takes quite a while. The fecal indicator bacteria have standards, first approved by EPA in 1976, both for recreational water and for shellfish. These are the same methods. They all fall under this growth-based category. There are new methods being developed under the growth-based category for things like coliphage and other indicator viruses. But these are all standard methods, hence the big tome of standard methods. Those of you that do this have seen this book or the equivalent in your lab somewhere, I'm sure. So that's how we do it. And maybe sort of why a little bit, but what are some of the limitations? These are general fecal indicators. They're not specific. They will not tell you where your contamination's coming from. As I mentioned before, there's a long wait for results. So what does this mean in somewhat practical terms? Well, it means that when you see this warning posted on your beach, it says, contact with ocean water may cause illness, but that's not really telling you what the science told the scientists that day. What it really told people was, ocean water quality was bad yesterday, and you should not have swum then. Water quality today might be fine. We'll tell you tomorrow. Check back. So yeah, a long wait for results generates some issues in protecting human health. A few other issues with it or limitations is these are complex environmental samples that can interfere with the growth and may lead to undercounting. And also fecal indicator bacteria and viruses are not directly causing illness. So you're measuring something that's related to what causes illness, but not what causes it. Okay, moving on to gene-based methods, or molecular methods. These were developed more recently, 15 to 20 years ago. In here, the general process is, as I said before, you isolate the DNA and you quantify it. You can do it in as quickly as 3 hours if you're really doing it the fastest, most efficient way possible. But it can take longer sometimes too, 5 to 6 hours. Fecal indicator bacteria, for fecal indicator bacteria, you do have existing standards for these gene-based methods. They were approved in the 2012 Recreational Water Quality Criteria. But This is only in recreational water that they've been approved. And there's greater specificity. You can use these types of methods. You can measure multiple targets. You can measure alternative indicators with these. You have a lot more variety in what you can measure. And that also means you can somewhat use alternative indicators to identify different sources. And here's just a list of some of, or actually pictures of different sources that we can identify. Cattle, you can identify pigs, horses, birds, geese, human sources, obviously, deer, dogs, what have you. So there's a lot more options. So why isn't everybody always using them? Well, there's a few considerations you have to, there's a few things you have to consider when you're trying to implement these. They cost a little bit more on a materials basis. The actual materials of doing them and the capital costs are slightly higher than the culture costs. Again, complex environmental samples can interfere and cause interference with the chemistry, causing you to undercount. There's a shorter history of use. You don't have the long-term data sets with these that you have with the fecal indicator bacteria. And there's fewer locations that have a longer-term data set for those. And depending on what you're measuring, if you're measuring fecal indicator bacteria or viruses or even these alternative indicators, you're still not measuring what causes illness. So those are the sort of the basic methods that most people use, but what else can we look at? Again, these indicator bacteria are great. They have a lot of advantages, but they're not measuring what makes you sick. If you want to measure that, you need to measure pathogens, viruses, or bacteria. And you can do that both ways. You can do it culturing with most of them, but not for all of them. For instance, norovirus cannot be cultured. Or you can use the gene-based methods to try and measure these as well. And so once you start looking into that, what can you measure? Here's just a few examples. And most of these were on John's list with a few extras. But you have norovirus, adenovirus, enterovirus on the viral side. But you can measure others. You can measure rotavirus, et cetera, what have you. Campylobacter, salmonella, E. coli, Vibrio. Basically, if you have the genome of the pathogen, you can probably figure out a way to measure it. Okay, so moving on to the last part, the sampling and other practical considerations. You have to actually get the samples, and you have to be within the criteria that they're looking for. So with sampling, I'm going to focus mostly on the criteria itself. EPA allows basically two sampling approaches that you can use, and use in combination to determine the bacterial water quality. You have single grab samples, and these are great for a short-term assessment. You have a problem, you need to check on it. But it could miss an intermittent contamination. If you're taking these samples once a week, if something happens in between when you're sampling, you might miss it. The other way is the geometric mean. The way the EPA suggests that you do it is you do it at least weekly and do a rolling 30-day mean. This is great for long-term trends. You can smooth out some short-term variability, but again, you can, it has some issues too. How often do you sample? Some decisions you have to make. Do we only do it weekly? Do we do it more than once a week? So on and so forth. So that's just the beginning. We're going to go into some of the other practical considerations, which is EPA's euphemism for all the decisions you have to make when building a sampling program. So when you sample, as John said, the 8 a.m. sample correlated really, really well. Early mornings tends to get better results. When you sample in terms of following events, tides, rainstorms, sewer spills, what have you, what your contamination source is. I know that's something that we've already started discussing, whether it's raw versus treated sewage, where it's coming from, fate and transport, how it's coming through, whether it's coming through sand, through groundwater, whether it's coming out of a storm drain, combined sewer overflow, et cetera. And ultimately, you have to make all of these decisions, plus deciding which methods to use and when. There are a few different ways you can go about this. In California, we have the Source Identification Manual that was published, I think, around 2013. And it lays out sort of an approach and some of the folks in this room here were a part of this, lays out an approach of how to make these decisions. What you should do first, which method you should do before others, to do a sanitary survey, as was mentioned earlier, and how to sort of design a sampling program. So I'd highly recommend you check it out. It's free for all. And so, just to wrap up, this was the very broad overview, no data at all, about sampling methods, what we do, why we use them, when we might use them. And with that, I will happily pass it on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Josh. I didn't even have to card you. All right. I'd like to invite our next guest, Jeff Solar. Jeff is the principal scientist at Solar Environmental, and he's going to give us an overview of the link between the risks and FIB host sources and some of the opportunities that are available to us now. So take it away, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Josh left me a battery. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to use the battery or the clicker here. So need my presentation to go. There we go. Because I don't know how to measure bacteria or viruses. Okay, I have one. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Great. That's all right. I'm gonna run through about 15 years worth of work in the next 20 minutes for you. Okay, so if there are any details that I leave out, you'll excuse me, and if you have any specific questions, I'll either refer you to the paper or try to answer your questions later, okay? So here's an outline of what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start off and talk about the similarities and differences between the 1986 criteria and the 2012 criteria that John spoke about earlier. And then I'm gonna pivot and I'm gonna talk about what happens when recreational waters are contaminated by different types of sources. So I'll talk about human sources, I'll talk about non-human impacted sources, I'll talk about mixtures of sources, and I'll talk about what we found in the California-specific epidemiological studies that have been conducted here, and I'll try to bring it all together and kind of give you some of my thoughts about what I think about all this stuff, okay? So I'd say that you're very fortunate to have had John Ravenscroft here, because when you're talking about the 1986 criteria and the 2012 criteria, there's probably not another human on the planet that's thought about more about that than John, in terms of like how they relate to each other, how they're the same, and how they're different. And so what I've done is I've put up there for you just the tables of the 86 and the 2012 criteria, and I would bet that if you looked at those, you'd be like, they're almost the same. And what most people see when they look at that is that, they're almost the same. What's the big deal? Why are they different? And for those of you that have trouble differentiating colors, I apologize. But for those of you who can see, what I've done is I've outlined the different blocks that actually look like they're the same. So there are numeric values that look pretty similar. The geometric mean, there's upper percentile values, whether those are called STVs now or what we used to call single sample maximum values. There are criteria for freshwater and marine waters, and there is an illness level that's listed. Now, John did talk about some of the nuances associated with that. So nobody could fault you, or nobody could fault anybody for looking at this and without looking at it really, really closely, thinking, 1986, 2012, it's a little different, but it's pretty much the same. And so there is some truth to that. But what I would like to highlight is that there's a key difference in terms of what this summit is all about. And that is, John highlighted this and he laid this out really nicely for you. In 1986, what those criteria really did is they carried forward the same level of water quality that was associated with the previous criteria. That's a really important thing to say, so think about that. So basically what they did is the same level of water quality was carried forward. In 2012, what I would say is that there's a much closer more transparent linkage to the risk level that's associated with that. And I think that that's most clearly shown in that document in the quote that I have up here. But essentially what happened is when you look at, when EPA took the QPCR, wanted to set a criteria for QPCR, what they did is they picked the risk level and they pivoted on the risk level and derived an alternative criteria. I think that that's really, really important because what that does is it uses the risk level, or the illness level, I should say, to estimate an equivalent criteria value. And what that does is that establishes a risk-based framework that allows you to consider newer alternative methods, indicators, other approaches, et cetera. Okay, and so that, in my view, is a change from decades ago to the more recent version that really deserves a lot of attention. And I think what it does is it allows the framework for you to move forward to apply the most recent science. So how and why, if you were going to think about alternative criteria, how and why? Like what's the big picture thinking behind it? Well, first of all, and this was talked about earlier, John talked about this earlier, EPA's epidemiological studies, the NEAR studies in particular, were conducted in waters that were impacted by treated and disinfected effluent. Intentionally, they had to do that. Otherwise, they couldn't be part of the site selection criteria, okay? So what that means is that when you measure fecal indicator bacteria in those waters, that you would anticipate some sort of correspondence between the fecal indicator bacteria that are in the water and the pathogens that could make people sick that are in the water. So John told you previously that wastewater treatment and disinfection is really good at removing bacteria. So if you're measuring bacteria, is that really going to universally be a good indicator for illnesses in waters that are different than what was studied? That's a question. And so the how, EPA lays this out in the 2012 criteria. Well, states can adopt alternative criteria to reflect local conditions. They can be based on epidemiology studies with or without QMRA. They can be based on QMRA results or different combinations of indicators and methods. And they can be adapted into state water quality standards as long as they're defensible and protective of the use and reviewed and approved by EPA. So that's how. So there have been a number of studies that have moved forward and thought about, okay, so what's in the water and what's the risk? And so one of the studies, what I want to talk about first is waters that are impacted by human sources of contamination. And so these, as I indicated, the NEAR studies, EPA's epidemiology studies were studies that were conducted in waters that were impacted by human contamination. So the question is, what pathogens are causing those illnesses? So here's an example of me blowing through a year's worth of work in 35 seconds, and I'm going to show you the main results. So we looked at this in two different ways. We said, well, the two bookends on this could be, well, people could be getting sick based on the ratio of what is in wastewater effluent, if the waters are impacted by wastewater effluent, or people could be getting sick in the ratio, or the illnesses could be occurring in the ratio that's consistent with what's observed just across the country, and this comes from CDC. And so the two different boxes that I've highlighted for you in red, the main thing to take away is that the total illnesses was 30 per thousand, okay, and the vast majority of those, no matter how we looked at it, came from human enteric viruses. So the main takeaway from this is that in human impacted waters, what we have is the viruses are like the likely etiologic agents of concern. Okay, that's important because in waters that are not impacted by humans, viruses are mostly, but not exclusively, human specific. So if you have waters that are not impacted by humans, then those viruses aren't there. Well, how about mixtures of human sources? So a mixture of a human source could be mostly treated effluent and a little bit of raw sewage, or a little bit of leaky water from a septic system or leaky infrastructure. And so the question is, when waters are impacted by these mixed sources of human contamination, what can we learn from that? And so when we think about that, well, the answer can be, well, it depends. Are we talking about measuring FIB via culture methods, like Josh just talked about, or FIB via culture, or are we talking about risk? Like, what does that question even mean? And so my associate, my colleague, Mary Shane, published a paper, and again, I'm showing you just the results from this. And so basically what happened is we constructed a hypothetical water body that met this magic condition of 35 CFU enterococcus per 100 mils and 30 illnesses per 1,000. And what that required is some combination of these two sources of human contamination, a well-treated source and a poorly treated or raw source. And then the question is, well, what's the impact? And the answer is, well, the impact depends on what you mean by impact. So on the graph on the right, what you see is there's like four different results. The first is indicator by CFU. So if you measure culturable, what happens is that the little triangle there is the raw source, and the, excuse me one second, and the circle, most of you know what I'm talking about here, right? Okay, and the circle is from the treated POTW effluent. So what we see is if we think about only the indicator from the culturable indicator, well, it looks like the biggest impact is from the raw source. But if we measure that from via molecular methods, it's the opposite, okay? And if we think about like what volume was required to make up this magic combination, well, it's mostly POTW effluent with just a little bit of raw sewage. And if we think about the risk, that's a different answer too. So what do we take away from all this? Like, you can take away a lot of things, but the big picture message that I want to leave you with this one is that the source that contributes the majority of the risk in a mixture can be overlooked when you're only thinking about culturable FIB. So that's an important piece of message also. The next step in this is, how about waters that are impacted by non-human sources? And so if you consider a water body that has 35 CFU per 100 mils of enterococcus, or the equivalent for E. coli, and the source is either raw sewage or treated sewage, or say gulls or agricultural animals, the question is, at that level of culturable FIB, what's the risk? And so that's what we investigated in this particular study. And what you'll see is that there's two graphs here. These are charts. And so on the left, you'll see that that's for the results based on enterococcus, and on the right, it's based on E. coli. On the far right of each panel are the human results. And then what you'll see on the left of those is that there's gulls, the results from cattle, pigs, chicken, and then the two human sources. And what you'll see is the risk from cattle contamination is roughly equivalent to that from human contamination, but the risk from the other animals is either slightly or significantly lower. And so the big takeaway from this is that in some cases, non-human sources can have substantially lower risk at a fixed level of FIB compared to human sources. Well, then how about mixtures between humans and non-human sources of contamination? Yeah, I mean, you can see so in the real world, a water body isn't contaminated by just one source. It can be contaminated by multiple sources. And so that's why we're interested in these mixtures. Well, what happens in these mixtures? So in this particular study, we're interested in two questions. One, what's the risk profile look like for waters that are impacted by mixtures of human and non-human sources? And then secondarily, is it possible to derive an FIB value or an enterococcus value, say, that is equivalent to this 32 or 36 or 30, at a fixed level of risk? And so to answer the first question, these are two graphs. So this shows the risk profile. So what each panel shows On the right-hand side of each panel is a risk of, is 100% contribution from human source. And then as you move further left on the panel, it goes from 100% down to 0% human, or equivalently, 100% of your non-human source on the left moving all the way to 0% on the right. And on the vertical axis, I'm showing the probability of illness. And so of the two, the left panel shows a human and a non-pathogenic source. So this could be like, sometimes we've heard that in coastal waters that rack, when there's a lot of rack present, that enterococcus grows. So that would be a good example of what we're seeing. So basically what we see is as the human contamination decreases from 100% on the far right of the panel all the way down to 0%, we get this decrease in risk, and around 20%, 0.2 on that graph, what happens is it starts to really drop off. So as the human source decreases, the risk decreases also. And then that risk profile looks different depending on what the mixture between human and other things is. And so the graph on the left you can think of as non-pathogenic, or, and this gulls are very similar to non-pathogenic because the risks are very low. And on the right, the things that I'm showing are the topmost line is for pigs, and the lower one is for chicken. And so what we see is that as the human contamination decreases, the risk goes down. Thank you very much. And then to go along with that, the answer to the second question is, yeah, it's possible to derive enterococcus values that are equivalent to this to a risk level for any potential combination. And the real trick with this is that it's really hard to know exactly what that combination is. And so in order to use any of those numbers, you would have to know, or you could do a sanitary survey and say, I'm very confident that my human contamination is less than X%, pull a number off that. Okay. So within the context of what's happened in California, there's been a lot of work, and my esteemed colleagues up in the back corner back there from SWRCB have played a huge role in this, and all of the epidemiological studies that have been conducted in California. There have been studies conducted in Avalon, Doheny, Malibu, San Diego, Santa Monica. I'm going to talk about the Surfer Health study in one sec on top of that. And if I could take all their work and boil it down into one sentence, okay? See if Ken and John will agree with this one. But you know, the FIB measured via culture can do a good job sometimes, but not all the time. Ken, am I okay with that one? Thumbs up. Okay. And other indicators and methods can improve the health outcome predictions depending on the specific conditions studied. And some possibilities are colophage or HF183, and my other colleague who's in the back, Ali Baim, is going to talk about those in just a minute. And so some alternatives seem like they're have possibility and have potential use. And so the other study that was conducted was a Surfer Health study, and the Surfer Health study was really interesting. To my knowledge, it was the first time that an epidemiology study and a QMRA study were conducted concurrently. It was done here in California. The focus was on wet weather stream flows affecting coastal waters. And there were a couple of really interesting findings, and depending on what your interests are, you could pull a lot of interesting stuff out of that. But you know, for this particular talk, I want to highlight a couple. First of all, that human sources of contamination contribute both viral and bacterial pathogens to streams during wet weather. That's really important. The QMRA and the results from the QMRA study and the epidemiological components of the study were very closely aligned. And that, bringing back to what I said previously, is that viruses were found in the QMRA study. The viruses were found to be a really important component of illness in this particular situation. So, I know I have a couple minutes, so I'm going to pull it all together for you here from my perspective. From my perspective, I think that the 2012 criteria, the US EPA 2012 criteria, provide significant opportunities and additional flexibilities to address specific recreational water quality issues here in California. anything that would be put together would need to be scientifically defensible and protective of the use, of course. I do believe that there's a strong scientific foundation to believe that human enteric viruses are important etiologic agents in waters that are impacted by human sources. I believe that risks associated with some non-human sources is lower than human contamination. And I also believe that the nature and magnitude of the source and the source dynamics are also really important considerations in this. So finally, and I'm sure there will be some questions later, I would put forth the notion that some recreational waters in California could benefit from consideration of alternative criteria or alternative implementation approaches. Primarily because many of California's coastal waters in particular were not impacted by wastewater treatment plant effluent, which was the basis for the epidemiological studies that underpin the existing criteria. And that some alternative indicators have been found to be effective at some California sites. I think that anything that would be considered moving forward could consider different methods and/or different indicators. And I do believe that this kind of approach has the potential, and I'm going to highlight that word, the potential to yield better health protection than in some places than what's currently in place. And then finally, and we've heard this a little bit before, I do believe that an approach like this also has the potential to be an efficient use of the available resources. So with that, I'll conclude. I hope I'm close to on time, right on time, and pass it on to my colleague, Ali Bain.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Next up is Ali Beam. Ali is a professor of civil and environmental engineering of oceans and senior fellow at the Woods Institute for Environment at Stanford University. And she's going to give us a quick run of site-specific alternative methods, but also introduce us to QMRA, something we've heard about multiple times today. But I couldn't think of anyone better. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Well, I'm a professor and I'm an engineer, so unfortunately you're going to see math equations and lots of graphs. And I apologize, but like they invited me and that's what I do. So it's their fault. So I have been working on beach water quality for 20 years now, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the sort of deep dive on QMRA so that you understand sort of how it works and some of the assumptions that are involved in doing it. And Jeff just told you a ton about different QMRA studies, just sort of glossing over the details. So before I begin going on that deep dive, I do want to say that the 2012 criteria that EPA has published does offer some ways to create site-specific criteria that deviate from the 2012 criteria. And those are listed here on this slide behind me. So you can establish an alternative health relationship. So you can show at a certain site or group of sites that the relationship between health outcomes and indicator levels are distinct and give you a different criteria or standard than the EPA criteria. And you can do this through either like an epidemiology study, or you can do it using quantitative microbial risk assessment, which is a modeling study. The thing I want to say, and I'll just be bold and say this, is I think epi studies cost a lot more than modeling studies. And so that's why I think it's important to take a deep dive on QMRA, because it may be a valid approach for developing some site-specific criteria for the state of California. There's also a protocol in place that EPA has published. It's a technical support material, or TSM, that describes how you could use a new method in lieu of the current method in the current criteria. And I won't be discussing that in detail, but that there is technical support materials for actually doing that. And John is very familiar with those, John Ravenscroft, so he has it all memorized. So you can ask him how to do that. Okay, so what is QMRA, Quantitative Microbial Risk Assessment? It is a 4-step process, and it's been used quite a bit throughout the last 30, 40 years, maybe. So the first step is you have to describe a hazard in ocean water. So if you're doing a modeling study, you have to say, okay, I'm going to model the risk for this particular hazard. So is that hazard like contaminated water with sewage or gull feces or cow feces? And using that information, you estimate the concentrations of different pathogens in that water due to dilution and decay that occur in that water body. You can also actually measure concentrations of pathogens in the water to describe your hazard. So there's two ways to describe your hazard. One is to say hypothetically that you have like raw sewage or you have a bunch of cow feces in the water and you estimate something about the way it's diluted and decayed. The other alternative is you actually make the measurements. So you might be thinking, well, why wouldn't you always make the measurements? Well, as Josh alluded to, it is sometimes very hard to actually measure pathogens in water because the concentrations that are relevant for risk are very, very low and difficult analytically to measure in the lab. So that part's hard. But we have done that before, and there are examples of people who've been able to do that. The next step is to describe the exposure scenario. So in the studies that Jeff talked about, the exposure scenario was swimming in the water and accidentally ingesting water. But the exposure could also be potentially eating something from the water or intentionally consuming water, or maybe the exposure isn't from swimming, it's from surfing, or it's from kayaking. So you have to model that exposure. And then the third step is to calculate the dose of pathogens that someone gets from that exposure event and that concentration of pathogens. And then you estimate the risk of illness that then results. And when you get this packet, there are two papers here that we've done that look at QMRA using those two different approaches where we actually measure pathogens. This is in Hawaii. And another approach where we actually model the pathogen concentrations. Okay, so I'm gonna walk you through a QMRA example, and this is where I apologize that this is a deep dive, and this is what happens when you invite an engineering professor to give a talk. So the objective of this QMRA is to determine the risk-based threshold of HF183, which is the human marker that you've been hearing about, if the source of that marker and pathogens is raw sewage in a water body. So this is the exposure scenario. So you have raw sewage that contains human markers and pathogens that enters the water body. Now, I know most of you are saying there are no pipes in California with raw sewage discharging into coastal waters, and you're absolutely right. This is just a drawing. But I have personally worked at a lot of beaches in California where the source of contamination is raw sewage and it enters the water through runoff or even through the subsurface through groundwater, like in Avalon, like at Cal Beach in Santa Cruz. So a lot of places this can happen. Just maybe it's a small amount. It's not a pipe of raw sewage. That raw sewage enters surface waters where it is diluted and it can also decay over time. And sometime tau later, a swimmer like you comes along and swims in that mixture that contains ocean water and a little bit of raw sewage that has human markers and pathogens in it. So just putting that in writing, we have a scenario where raw sewage is discharged into a surface water and it contains the human marker and pathogens that are typically in sewage. Some time tau passes after the sewage enters the water. A swimmer swims and is exposed to the resultant concentration of the human marker. And then that concentration is used to predict what the pathogen concentration will be, using data in the literature on that, and I'll go through how that's done in a second. The pathogen concentration, again, is inferred from the concentration of the human marker in tau, and then you can predict the infection and illness rate. And you use dose-response equations, and then the probability of illness upon infection. Okay, so let's walk through an example with point values. So get out your calculators. Okay, so let's say raw sewage has 10 to the 7th copies per 100 mil of the human marker and 10 to the 5th norovirus per 100 mil, which is not unrealistic. These are like realistic measurements of raw sewage. And then you go to the beach and you measure the concentration of human marker, and your measurement from the lab says that you have 1,000 copies per 100 mil at the beach. And in this hypothetical example, oh, sorry, I have to scroll ahead here. The sewage is fresh, so no time has elapsed at all. So assuming the human marker at the beach comes from raw sewage, then that means the concentration of norovirus is 10 noroviruses per 100 mil, just considering dilution alone. Everyone got that math right? Okay, good. Okay, so then the swimmer goes swimming and they get totally pummeled by a wave and put through the washing machine, and they actually swim for an hour, and so they accidentally consume 30 mils of water. So that's like, it's kind of a lot, but that's not unrealistic based on swimming studies. And so that means that that swimmer consumes 3 noroviruses. And so their probability of infection is 0.4 in this example using the norovirus dose response curve. So that's like an example of point values, but when actually we do these simulations, we use a Monte Carlo approach. We consider variability in all these different parameters to figure out what the risk profile could look like. Oh, probability of illness is 0.2 because not everyone who's infected gets sick. Okay, so there's the math that I promised you. So I don't expect you to read this, but I do want to point out there is a mathematical equation that allows you to predict the concentrations of different pathogens in surface waters, given all those inputs I just described. And the important thing are, where do these numbers come from? And this is one thing I want you to take away from this presentation, is not the equation or anything, but like, this is a modeling exercise, and you have to put values into this equation to get a risk. And where you get those values from and what you use from them can have a really important outcome on your risk. And if you are using risk to calculate a standard, you want to make sure you have a lot of confidence in what you put in these equations. So in this example, the things in blue, they come from the literature. And then, let me see my own notes here. And so that's really important to pick those from the literature. And I'll go through a few of those, but those include the pathogen concentrations in sewage. So there are a lot of papers out there that report concentrations in sewage. So you got to summarize that literature, do a meta-analysis, make sure you understand what sorts of variability you expect in the different pathogen levels. Same with the human marker. There's studies of that in raw sewage, and you want to pull all those studies together. There's decay rate constants of these markers in surface water and the pathogens. And so if you want to consider aging of your contamination, then you need to do a meta-analysis and review to get all those numbers correct. Okay, so I'm going to go through an example. How am I doing on time? Am I okay? 10 minutes, okay. So for this example, remember the example I'm going to show you is how do you figure out what a standard should be for the human marker if you have raw sewage contaminated your water. So the way that we did this analysis is that we said, let's assume that the concentration of human marker at the beach could be 1, 10, 100, 1,000, et cetera, and that the age of the sewage could be anything from 0 days to 3 days old. And then we did 10,000 iterations of these different combinations of ages and concentrations of human marker using a Monte Carlo simulation. And we had all these model inputs that we needed. The volume of the water ingested, the human marker and the pathogen concentrations, the decay rate constants I mentioned, dose response models, probability of illness on infection, and we drew all the model parameters from those distributions. And then what we did is we output what is the probability of illness. And then we compared that to the numbers that John and Jeff mentioned earlier, which are about 30 illnesses per 1,000 swimmers, which is what the standards currently protect against, to identify a risk-based threshold for HF183. So here are some of the model inputs. So we use data from the literature showing what is the distribution of this human marker in raw sewage. And this is a box plot showing just the distribution that you might see in raw sewage. It's up to over 10 to the 7th copies per 100 mil. These are data from 37 different states. And so if we're using this in California, we might say, do we want California-specific values? And these data are from 2011, so we might say, okay, let's go out and get fresher numbers and see if it's still the same. We also summarize data from the literature, and this builds upon work that EPA and Jeff did, where we were able to go to the literature, find typical concentrations of different pathogens in sewage, which are in the first column here, dose response curves for the probability of being infected upon ingestion of a certain dose, and the probability of illness upon infection. So you could ask yourself, are these pathogen concentrations appropriate for California? Are they appropriate for Northern California or Southern California? Do they need to be more site-specific? This is just an example, and these numbers come from all across the country. And then we have data on the volume ingested during swimming, and this came from a swimming pool study. So you might say, okay, are these ingestion volumes realistic for the surfers we want to protect, or the divers, or the swimmers at the beach? And for California, we might want to choose, or a certain beach, a different volume ingested. But this is what we chose for this study. And then we did a systematic review of the literature, and we compiled all the data out there on the decay rate of different pathogens and the human marker in surface waters. And we came up with these distributions. These are from studies all over the world. Maybe we'd want to say we just want studies that are from temperate marine waters, for example, to include in a study, a QMRA study for California standards. Okay, and then we run our model. So I'll show you some results. So the way that these results are plotted is on the x-axis is the log 10 concentration of what you measure in a water body. And on the y-axis is the probability of illness. So the line horizontal is 30 out of 1,000, which is the risk that Jeff and John Ravenscroft have talked about that is used in the current 2012 criteria. And so where that horizontal line sort of intersects where the median of those box plots would be a risk-based threshold. So based on this analysis for fresh, raw sewage, using those values that I explained to you already, the risk-based threshold would be 9,700 copies per 100 mil of HF183 for swimming in raw sewage, to protect you against a risk of 30 out of 1,000 people becoming sick. Now, what happens if the sewage is aged, like 2.5 days old? Well, the risk-based threshold gets lower. It's only 900 copies per 100 mil. And at first that might sound unintuitive, perhaps, because I don't know, at least it seemed that way to me at first. But what this is a result of is the fact that HF183 decays more quickly in the environment than the pathogens. So the older the contamination, the lower the risk-based threshold for HF183 would be. But how many of us know if we don't, something is missing from the slide, we don't know tau. Like, how many of us know how old the contamination is in the water body? Nobody. It's like a guess. And so we reran the QMRA saying, let's just guess. Like, we don't know how old it could be. It could be fresh, or it could be this maximum value based on the decay rate. And let's just see what we get if we just guess. And we don't know what it would be. And what we found from that is that for an unknown age, that the risk-based threshold would be 4,100 copies per 100 mil. So there is a way that you can come up with an estimate when you don't know the age of contamination. So there's a few papers, and they're available through the website for this summit if you can need reading to fall asleep at night, to sort of outline in detail what I presented here today. And I wanted to summarize some of the work to date that we've done. So I presented the example on the top row here, and I guess you can kind of see it, showing that a risk-based threshold for HF183 would be 4,100 copies per 100 mil, and that was the example I showed you. But then Jeff and I did a paper, which we published during the pandemic, where we looked at this again, and we came up with a lower number of 525 copies per 100 mil. And you might be like, how can you do that? You publish one paper, it's this number, the next paper, it's this number. Well, we updated the values in our QM array to include temperature-specific decay rate constants, so just temperatures that we would see at California beaches. And we also updated the pathogen distributions in sewage, including newer studies. So we have more confidence in this newer value. But it does point to the fact that if you do want to use QM array to derive a risk-based threshold like this with HF183 or something else, you really need a team of experts together to decide together what values to input, because you can, if you're not careful and you don't put a lot of thought into it, you can get very different results. And I also want to point out that I've done this exercise with colophage as well, which is another indicator that people have been suggested to use. And you get a risk-based threshold between 1 and 10 PFU per 100 mils for those analyses. Okay, so 4 things to remember from this study. For a QM array model, if you want to use it to figure out risk or develop a risk-based threshold for maybe a standard for site-specific location in California, you have to clearly define your hazard. The model is not going to model your pollution source unless you define it and tell it what it is. It can be age contamination, it can be a mixture, it can be anything, but you have to be able to describe it. And then you have to very carefully choose your model inputs and really understand all the assumptions that go into the model so that you're aware of them and can embrace them and still move forward and convince people that you're taking like a health protective stance. Modeling the pathogen levels, definitely the cheapest thing to do because you don't have to make the measurements. I think it's cheaper. I haven't actually done an economic analysis, but it's easier because you can do it in silico in the computer and you don't have to go out to the field, which can sometimes be exhausting. But you can measure pathogen levels. But as John Griffith, who's here, can say, it is hard to measure that. And Josh, it's not always easy to measure pathogen levels because they can be very low, as I mentioned. And then I just want to put it out there that colleagues and I have published a number of risk-based thresholds for different indicators over the years, and we've established a framework for setting or choosing or deriving site-specific criteria, or I don't want to say criteria, you could pick a risk-based threshold for an indicator using a QM array. We have a framework set up for doing that, which can be used, I think, if California wants to do that sort of thing. So with that, I will end, and you can email me questions, and I'll try to answer them. Thank you.
Wonderful. Allie, do you mind sticking around for a little bit? I was actually going to ask if Josh and Jeff, we have a little bit of time for questions. If you guys are willing to take some questions from the audience for about 5-10 minutes. Sure.
And so, real quick, we are going to do a panel, and Jeff and Josh and Allie are going to be on the panel, and we're going to open it up for longer questions. So I think at this point, if you guys have clarification questions about anything you've heard, this is a great time for it, for any of these 3, and then we're going to take a quick break while the AV people fix the microphones and then come back for the panel. So clarification questions. Yeah, go ahead.
I rounded as an engineer does to one significant digit but 32 or 36 were the 2 numbers. So like if you guys were going to use this, State Water Board and everyone, to derive risk-based thresholds, you could certainly choose 32 or 36 and be precise there if you wanted.
So,
I'm sorry, I rounded. Yeah, that's what engineers do, you know? And then that's why bridges fail, so.
So just to paraphrase for folks
I'll give
online,
you-
the question was, they didn't see the exact number in the QMRA example that is seen in the actual guidelines. And Ally was able to explain why.
I can give you another good reason. When Ali showed you all those graphs, the difference between 30 per thousand and 32 and 36 per thousand, you see the width of the line on that graph? You can't differentiate it. So rounding is okay. So she still passes her own class.
Yeah, thank you.
John.
So, the question for Alex is, this is a model that is based on what if the water actually,
Yeah, so the question is, we saw you explicitly control for decay using K values, but you didn't control for advection and dispersion and other transport processes in surface waters. And the answer is, in this model, the dilution is accounted for by, dilution is accounted for because it changes the ratio of the indicator and the pathogen, so you don't have to explicitly account for advection and dispersion. Yeah, thanks.
Let's go right here.
You could absolutely do it in a lake. It's just, I described it as ocean water because I have more experience swimming. Like when I think of surface waters, I think of the ocean, but there's nothing about this model or framework that is specific for marine waters. So
We're gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me repeat the question for folks online. So the first one was whether or not this would apply to lakes in addition to marine water. She was able to answer that. And then your second question was if there was intermittent flow, whether or not it would be applicable.
yeah, so within this framework, and we actually have done an exercise with that with Mary Shane and Jeff Solar, is it's a mixture of different aged contamination, basically. And so you can really take a deep dive there, but the point is that this framework can be applied to that hazard, but you have to define it.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
So in addition to that, the thing about it is that if you know something specific about your situation, that the more general result might not be the best answer for you. So if you know, for example, that there was an event 24 hours ago, you could calculate your risk. Or if you know that your contamination comes in pulses, you might frame the question differently. And so in the paper that Ali was just talking about, looks at all that stuff. And if you have a lot of time or have problems sleeping, that's the one to look at.
We had a question over here real quick, and then we'll get to you, John.
Yeah, so the question again is like, what if you have a mixture of different age contamination where there's like not a uniform distribution of ages, and you could define that. You could say, I think we could figure it out. I don't have the answer of how to model that off the top of my head, but my initial reaction is like there is a way to categorize that as a distribution of ages that you would see in your surface water.
John, go ahead. You want to come up here? I don't want to have to retate what straight you said.
I want to yell at people. So one of the things that all three folks talked about today, you know, particularly around the QMRA and the data that gets pulled into that to look at pathogens, the risk from pathogen exposure themselves. So traditionally, like what I talked about earlier today, is we've used epidemiology studies where you look at that indicator and look at the illness and try to correlate the two or associate the two statistically. But here you're dealing with the pathogen data, and you're using a different type of framework and approach where you're actually looking at the pathogens that could cause illness, whether you're pulling that data from the literature, or you're using monitoring data, or both. That's also an option. You're using the QMRA framework. You're able to pose these risk management questions that you're all asking about. You can't do that with an epi data. You know, like if you look at the combinations of sources and source dynamics and health results that come from these epi studies, you're kind of stuck with what you got. You know, and if you want to change those to, say, pulsing of diurnal cycles of sewage, then you got to do a whole new epi study, and that's the question you pose. But with the QMRA, it's really helpful from a risk management standpoint, is you can ask these relevant questions up front and get those assumptions or those questions built into to modeling so that you're asking better questions and you're getting better answers. And I think that's an important distinction that, that also comes along with this. Because if the question suddenly comes up, so, oh, we didn't think about the, you know, intermittent flows, or if the intermittent pulses of contamination, they can build that in. They just have to figure out a way to model that particular question that you're asking.
So I was going to ask you to hold your question, if you could, towards the panel, if you could write it down and just make sure you remember it, or ask John directly. But we're going to take a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back in here at exactly 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Awesome. Thanks. We lied. We just need to take a break to fix the AV and also give everyone a break.
check. 1, 2, check. Try the ones on the front, please. Josh, can you
Check.
disengage the? Yeah. So it's out.
Check.
1, 2, check. Thought. 1, 2. Check. Wait. Check. You don't hear me through the. Maybe. Check. All right. So these worked with this came up. They were working with the fender. Yeah. I don't hear it unless. Right. Test. Test. It's half fixed. Check. Test. Is that working? Check. 1, 2. Testing. Can you hear me, Josh? Test. 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? All right. Check. 1, 2. Check. Testing. 1, 2. Check. Testing. 1, 2. Check. Testing. 1, 2. Check.
1, 2.
Testing. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2.
I was gonna say, I don't just have those on me. I comment.
Check.
All right, everyone, we're going to reconvene in 1 minute.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much. All right.
All right, I think we're going to get going with the panel. Charles, are there still people out there? All right, everybody, we are going to get going with the afternoon, rest of the afternoon. Thank you so much. Charles, I'm going to pass back to you to kind of frame the panel.
Sure. All right, thank you everybody for getting back with us, taking a quick break so we get the AV set up. To end today, really we want to frame not just what we've heard throughout this first day of the summit, but also give an opportunity for some of the individuals who are doing research in this area and deal with these issues day to day to talk about what we have learned, not just today, but over the past 5, 10 years and even longer. So with that, I'd like to introduce some individuals on our panel, and I'm going to give them an opportunity to speak to some of these first questions, and then I'll invite other members to join the panel from previously in today's sessions. So first, we have John Pang. He's the Section Chief, Orange County Monitoring and Assessment, and co-chair of CASCA Monitoring and Science Subcommittee. John? We also have Ken Schiff, Deputy Director at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, and John Griffith, who is the Coordinator of Molecular Technology and Head of the Microbiology Department at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. So to begin this session, we will be asking two headlining questions, and each of these three panel members will have an opportunity to address the question and be given 2 minutes each. And then after these two headlining questions, we will be opening up to further discussion from other panel members and also audience discussion. So the first question is, what are we learning that is better helping us determine if waters are safe to swim in California? And for this first question, I'm going to go directly to my left, and you can take it off. You have to hit that. There you go. Perfect.
Hey, everybody. I'm Ken. So it's an honor and a privilege to be here on the panel, so thank you for inviting me, and hi to everybody online. So to me, this is a question about hope, right? And Amanda brought it up earlier today. We're talking about all the challenges that lie ahead of us, but I don't want anybody to forget about all the progress we've made up to now. So beaches are much better in California than they were 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And so don't lose sight of that. So we still have work to do. And what you've heard is some excellent work from some of the best researchers in the country today. So we're lucky in California to have that kind of a talent pool. When you ask me this question about what are we learning that's helping us make the things safer, I think more in terms of implementation, which is what I think most of the folks in the room and probably most of the people online are also thinking. How do I translate this research into making it safer to swim? And to me, there's two things that really rise above the others. The first, and both of them have been talked about today. The first one is source tracking or source identification, because that's, if you're a person that's implementing a stormwater agency or a wastewater agency or a regulator, this is the thing that really haunts you. I have a problem at my beach, or I have a problem at my creek or my outfall. How do I fix it? And the technology advancements in source tracking have just been incredible. And we're one of the only states in the country that has a source identification protocol. It was published 10 years ago, and most of the authors are actually here today. And so that's useful, but now there's even better tools. So HF 183, what you heard was Jeff and Ali say human sources are the most risky, and now we have tools to help identify where those human sources are. So, and the tools are getting even so good that we're now able to start teasing apart not whether it's human or not human, whether it's sewage or whether it's a dog or a bird or something else. We're now getting to the point where we can start teasing about which human source is it? Is it sewage? Is it septic? Is it people experiencing homelessness? The things you guys need as practitioners to actually clean it up. So, the second thing is rapid methods, but I'm probably going to leave that for John since that's one of his bailiwicks.
Perfect. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and send it to John.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right. So my name is John. I'm here wearing multiple hats, right? I work for County of Orange, but I also, I'm at CASCA subcommittee for monitoring and science. So I'm here to pretty much represent the MS4 world here, but also because I have a technical background, I really want to lay out some of the thoughts we have had over the years, and the challenges we have had, I want to echo what Amanda just mentioned. We have achieved a lot. For a lot of the creeks and also ocean water, looking back a couple years or a couple decades back when the TMDL really kicks into place, we were held to the standards that we really spent a huge amount of effort, both including money and other resources to dealing with it. And for the most part, as Amanda also mentioned, we achieved order of magnitude load reduction. Unfortunately, we're still talking about the fecal indicator bacteria that really highlights how much progress we have made. So now, for a lot of places, we're getting closer and closer to meeting the US EPA number. And I really appreciate John talked about how the numbers are derived. But I also want to highlight the issue the thought we have in terms of how the numbers, come into being, and how, as a MS force, we view these numbers. What are the best approach to really address the issue of making the water safe to swim? So, later on, we're going to actually talk about how the different constructs of this water quality objective, how best to manage the risk so that the MS force, really, we can see after this summit, we can see a pathway to compliance.
Thank you, John. John Griffith.
Okay, so I think I'll pick up where Ken left off, talking about our ability to measure beach water quality rapidly. This is something that our agency has been working on for 20 years. In fact, it was the first thing I started working on when I came to SWRCB. We held the first workshop ever to actually identify methods that could provide a same-day answer in terms of what the level of fecal indicator bacteria was in the water. And I'm really excited now because for the first time, a public agency, San Diego County Environmental Health, is actually using a rapid method for Enterococcus, which is actually we use the technical service materials that John Ravenscroft helped develop to validate that method for use in San Diego. So we showed that it was equivalent to the current EPA methods, both for qPCR and also the culture method in terms of its ability to predict illness and through a statistical correlation. So anyway, this is now being used and San Diego is getting an answer the same day. It's not before people get in the water. That would be my goal, is by noon. Folks could be notified before they put their babies in the water, but it's certainly for the surfers that get out there at 5 in the morning and they have the answer about how the water was the day before. It's much more protective because, the signs that Josh put up, that's true, right? I mean, we put up a sign and we say, this is the water quality, but what we really mean is this is the water quality when we took the sample a couple days ago. And so for me, this is really exciting, and this same method can be used to characterize what the sources of contamination are in the water, and so that means the QMRA and the other ways of assessing risk when there are different sources beside human are also coming into play because these methods can measure those equally as well.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge that we are missing one panelist. Hillary Hauser from Heal the Ocean was not able to make it today, but she sends her best, and she said she'd be watching on the live cast. So just to acknowledge her, and we appreciate her trying to be engaged as best she can. So with that, I'd like to direct the same three panel members to answer the second question of this panel, which is going to be the application of the first towards shellfish. So what are we learning that is helping us better determine if shellfish are safe to eat in California. And I understand that this might have some overlap, but I think it's important for us to directly address shellfish at this summit. Sure, John.
Okay. Well, so the answer is that we don't have enough information to say, because the current standard we have was simply ported over from the National Shellfish Sanitation Program when the ocean plan was put together in 1972. And the small amount of research that we have done in Newport Bay doesn't show any relationship between the fecal indicator bacteria in the water column and pathogens measured in the shellfish. And I will say that that's essentially a pilot level study. It's only in dry weather, but we have all these tools at our disposal. I actually was talking with Ali Baim about this, and we both decided that the best thing we could do is cook the shellfish really well. So, you know, a lot more information is needed. And in many of these places, you know, the rec water standard is sometimes not being met. And so being able to meet this standard that's much lower, how are we going to do that, and do we really need to do it is the question. So we need to get after that, and if measuring fecal coliforms isn't the answer, then we need to find out what is related to pathogens in the shellfish so we actually have a meaningful standard.
Yeah, I want to echo what just John mentioned, because over the years we've worked together to try to figure out the shellfish issue in Newport Bay, but also with an eye on the California as a whole. Back in 2015, I actually worked with Michael Jurdy at the state board at on a shellfish forum, you know, with a question to address what is the, you know, the best way to address the shellfish water quality issue. So when we talk about the human sources or the issues with the existing standards, you know, the key issues are similar to recreation, because, you know, we are looking at indicator bacteria, but the agent causing the issue illness actually is pathogen. So how we, you know, deal with that issue, how to link the consumption with the real health risk, we're still stumped. You know, at the at the Shellfish Forum, we invited FDA staff. You know, at the, you know, when we let him to take a tour of the Newport Bay, which has a commercial shellfish harvesting standard. So his first question was, why we have a, you know, designation here, because it's so heavily impacted by urban runoff. Not because it's not realistic, but, you know, how, you know, if we were to, really want to be responsible for the public, you know, the designation itself could be slightly problematic. Not to get us wrong, we still want to really improve the water quality for recreation, but also going the final mile. If the use is, you know, realistic, we can still try to achieve it. And if there are human sources, we try to deal with it. So again, the question, I agree with John that we don't know what is really can tell us, other than analyzing the pathogen, or hopefully better indicator that can tell us what is, how to make, what is the point where we can say that shellfish is safe to eat.
Okay, my two colleagues just told you that this one is a huge challenge. So Rebecca, you got your work cut out for you wherever you are. Oh, there you are. Once again, to me, this is a question of hope. And it's definitely a challenge, but there are things that are becoming available now that we didn't have back in the 70s when it was first promulgated. You know, we have, one of the things that Josh talked about was the difficulty in trying to measure some of these pathogens, and with these new genetic methods, we can measure those now. So there are new indicators that are coming along that might be better indicators of shellfish contamination than total coliforms. So there's hope that something can be done. And I'm going to say the bacteria isn't the only thing that people should be care about when it comes to consumption of shellfish. Harmful algal blooms is another one. And you know, the technology on detecting harmful algae and using that as a monitoring tool, there's already California-wide monitoring programs for harmful algae that are in near real time. And so that all of this tells me that we're very close to having a path forward on how to deal with shellfish. And I think it's just in time because there's a lot of people that really want to push aquaculture forward along our coastline. And so I think those are kind of things go critically hand in hand. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for answering those first two questions. At this time, I'd like to invite Jeff and Allie, if you'd like to come back to the front. Josh is already here. He took a seat in the front before anyone said anything. He found the comfy spot. And I'd like to give you both an opportunity to address anything from these first two questions that you find are most critical, or anything you have specific thoughts on that you would like to add to these two. Sure.
Okay, well, while they're coming down, in a minute here, we're going to open it up to questions from all of you. And so I think Charles is going to pose an additional question to any of the panelists. And so while he's doing that, be thinking about questions that you may have for any or all of these panelists, and we'll spend, you know, the next 35, 40 minutes talking about those questions.
So with that, Jeff, Allie, and or Josh, do either of you have anything you'd like to add to the first two topics? Oh.
Remember what the first question was?
Sure.
But the second one, I don't have anything to add because I haven't worked on shellfish before.
Understood. The first question is, what are we learning that is better helping us determine if waters are safe to swim in California?
I don't think I have anything to add on that either.
Okay.
I mean, I think you all heard what I had to say. I mean, I'm going to leave a two-word answer, and my answer is that I think source matters. And I think that that's something that we have learned relatively recently, you know, being the last 15 years.
Well, thank you for jumping ahead, Jeff. I appreciate it. So I would like to spur the panel. Anyone on the panel is available to answer these. But I would like to just start it off. And the first question, and I think this really ties in very well with what we've heard today and Jeff feels very strongly about, is does the source matter in determining the risk to human health? This could be natural versus human sources or any of the like. And I don't know if anyone would like to spearhead that question first off. Jeff talked about it a little bit today. He might want to continue, but I'll give anyone an opportunity to go for it.
Category sources for 1,000.
Somebody else can go ahead.
I can say something. Well, first I'll say I've worked at a lot, like I mentioned this already, I've worked at a lot of beaches where people said, it's not human, we need to figure out what the source was, and it's always been human. So, yeah, so I just want to throw that out there. The second thing I'll say is I do think source matters, but I don't know I completely agree with Jeff that it's always human, because I think gulls can have Campylobacter. And depending on what dose response curve you use, Campylobacter can be pretty risky. So I don't know if we can always say, well, it's the bird, so therefore, like, let's not worry about it. If the source of bacteria is decaying rack or beach sand, maybe it's not as risky. But I think source matters, but it also matters the concentration of the contaminant. It's like at the same level of contamination. If it comes from one source versus another, you might be able to say human is most important, but if you have very high levels of contamination, regardless of the source, then it could still be as risky as a lower level from human. So it's complicated.
Yeah, if I may, I talked to John Ravenscroft before the meeting. We caught up after so many years. So I promised him not to attack US EPA's number. So I don't. I won't, but I just want to say, the US EPA's number is based on the EPI studies. And these are mostly, as he mentioned, based on the specific geographic area, mostly East Coast, impacted by wastewater effluent. I would argue, as some of the panel members also mentioned, in California, it's a little bit different. There's also, you really want to dig a little bit deeper, because for this 32 or 36 units number, so these are, even though they're ultimately caused by the pathogens underlying in the pathogen in the water, then, from the practitioner's point of view, how we actually, can manage the water quality in a way that actually protect the water for safe swimming. It's not that simple. The topic right now is source matters. We're very motivated in dealing with human source, because I myself am involved with several studies, including one of our own in Newport Bay. So we look everywhere. Human sources actually in the swimming beach. We're still trying to catch an event where we saw the detected human marker, even though there has been pretty, I would say, a number of incidences on the fecal indicator bacteria. So we also really are working really hard to link the compliance or the perceived risk with how we can, link with the source, especially human source. We tried HF183. We try to use the number that Jeff and Ali established. We try to, see how, in the enclosed bay and in the open ocean, craft a framework, not only to link the regulatory standard, but also use a framework to track the sources, because we totally agree that source matters. We are not entirely 100% just go after the human source, but also some other sources. I know South Orange County, there is a site, we know it's impacted by bird, but we still take action to exclude the bird from that site, and it resulted in the reduction, pretty big reduction in both fecal indicator bacteria, but also the bird-associated pathogens as well. So we're really struggling to meet the numbers, but with the target in mind, the sources matter.
I just want to jump in also on the question of source matters. To build on something Ken actually said earlier, and build on what Jeff and Ali and John were just saying, we have what we described, a number of different indicators, ways you can distinguish the sources and the various risks that come from them. But Ken mentioned that we're starting to develop, and I'm speaking we, meaning all the scientists who work on this, ways to distinguish different human sources, sewage from maybe from septic, from other different sources like that. And that would actually, while that may not, I think human might be just as risky from septic as it is from sewage, or from a homeless encampment as it is from raw sewage, but it would help from a managerial perspective of figuring out where to start addressing the problem and how to mitigate it. And so this is somewhere that we have to go forward in the future, where we can actually develop tools that'll give you more nuanced answers as to where it's coming from and then how to fix it.
Okay, and then the last thing I would say is source definitely matters. However, if you have really high levels of fecal indicator bacteria and you go swimming anyway, that water is dirty and you may still get ill even if it's not human.
Wonderful. Thank you all. So with that first question in the books, I would like to open it up to the audience to ask questions based on what you just heard. And if you please, I would like to just reiterate the question as if the audience member asks it, so folks can hear it online, and then open it up. And you can direct these questions to an individual panelist, or you can just direct it to the whole panel, and we can figure out who's going to be the best one to answer that. I think you had your hand up first here.
Wait, sorry. Before you do that, we have two folks who are going to bring microphones to you. This will help the people online. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is Richard Watson. I'm doing a little work in this arena. And Ken, you mentioned that new indicators are coming along, and I was wondering if you and the other folks would expand on that. I know we've been using bacteriophage MS2 for the last couple of years. That was recommended by a microbiologist I happen to know up in Canada, and I haven't heard that mentioned. And I know we've also had an interest in crassphage, and I know some research in particular has been done in Queensland. So what are these other indicators that you see coming forward, and how do we make use of them? I keep thinking we're probably going to end up with some sort of standard that involves a couple of different indicators.
So can I paraphrase real quick?
Sounds like they all heard that. So I'll give a very high-level answer for people that don't know what phage is, and then actually the phage expert on the panel is John, so I'll dish it off to him next. So for people that don't know what bacteriophage is, these are viruses that infect bacteria, and the reason that folks like to look at them is because they think they more closely mimic the viruses that infect humans. So unlike Enterococcus or coliforms that are bacteria, that can be infectious, but it's the viruses that most people care about, and that's what Ali and Jeff showed. So so there's a number of different types of phages that could be used. You named a few of them. The main thing to know, and this might be a good question for John Ravenscroft, is that EPA is considering a standard for bacteriophage, and I don't know where it is in its process, but it's certainly one that has been bantied about as something that could come down the line. I don't know if California will adopt it or not, even if they do. So we've done some work at SWRCB to kind of compare how bacteriophage really, coliphage compares to some of our traditional indicators like Enterococcus and fecal coliforms. John just finished a big study a year or two ago on that, looking at beaches up and down the coast in Southern California. I'll let you describe it.
Okay, so the reason that EPA and we are interested in coliphage, which MS2 is a male-specific coliphage, is that it's itself a virus. As Josh said, it's a virus that infects coliform bacteria. And so when you have sewage, it is there. And the thing about treatment plants is they're designed to remove bacteria, not to remove viruses. And so just like the viruses that make you sick, the coliphage often make it through the treatment process. And so where coliphage is going to be most useful is where either there's disinfected wastewater, and so the traditional indicators don't work. You could also use a molecular method in that case, but they're not a virus, so they don't behave the same in the environment as viruses do. So the reason we like coliphage is it hangs around longer. You heard Ali talking about HF183 decaying, and the fact that HF180, the allowable level of HF183 to risk goes down. That's because the bacteria is decaying and the viruses don't. So that makes another virus a very useful new indicator. Ken talked about our study. What we did find is our beaches are pretty clean in Southern California. We didn't find much coliphage, but where we did find coliphage, and we found it in abundance and pretty routinely, was in South San Diego County at Imperial Beach, where we know that there is a sewage issue not only when there's a south swell, and the sewage plume from south of the border gets pushed up onto the beaches, but also coming from the Tijuana River, which crosses the border before it reaches the ocean and often has sewage spills. And so there, colophage actually worked very well. And so, yes, we're interested in viruses as a surrogate, and crassphage is another one of those phages that infects intestinal bacteria that we find routinely. It's a good marker for human sources.
Would anyone else on the panel like to add to that? Wonderful. I believe there was a question right here.
One quick question.
Would you get the mic real quick? This way I don't have to repeat everything.
Thank you. Bart Deemer, a septic owner on the Russian River. And one quick question is, I thought that wastewater treatment plants inactivated virus by ultraviolet treatment. Is that not typical or ineffective, or?
If I may, I know there are experts probably in the room for the big wastewater treatment plant. They don't. The ocean outfall for Orange County, at some point there is chlorination, but chlorination, after they did a pretty comprehensive study, they stopped the chlorination as well, but no other treatment. It's, second effluent, it's pretty good quality.
So the EPA EPI studies would likely have been done at wastewater plants that have no viral inactivation at all. Is that a fair comment?
No, that's not right.
Oh.
So those studies were conducted in plants that they had different types of treatment, okay? But the most common type of treatment was secondary disinfected treatment, where the disinfection was either chlorine or ultraviolet light. John, if I say something wrong, just stand up and tell me. But from memory, and so the thing about UV light is that UV light can inactivate viruses, but it depends on the dose. And so the most common type of disinfection in California is chlorine, okay? And most common is a combined chlorine, which means that there's chloramines rather than Cl2. And so free chlorine is a very strong disinfectant. Chloramine is a less strong disinfectant. And I guess the big answer is it kind of depends, okay? There is removal of viruses through wastewater treatment and disinfection. There's no doubt about that. It's just that the treatment's better at removing bacteria than it is viruses. And so when you have a treatment plant and you have less than 2 MPN, or less than a non-detect for coliform or for enterococci, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's 0 viruses there. And that's the tricky part. And so there was a fair bit, a good bit of viral reduction across treatment in those studies, for sure, no doubt about it. And all well-operating treatment plants remove a certain amount have viral reduction, and much of that comes from the disinfection.
Thank you. And if I may be permitted to ask the longer question, what indicators are available, if any, to distinguish between different sources of human inputs, such as direct from swimmers or encampments, or wastewater treatment plant effluent, or septage?
So I know I brought that one up. That was my kind of statement. And I give you an answer, but kind of the expert in California is at the end of the table. And so I'll let him answer.
Thanks, Ken. So the type of indicator right now that folks are working on developing that can distinguish between human sources is looking at basically the entire bacterial community in those sources and then trying to tease out where they're coming from. So the idea behind it is that a sewer collection system is a different environment for a bacterial community to grow than a septic system, which is a different environment than would be in a homeless encampment. And then you can rely on those differences to be able to tease that apart. And then from the hope is, I believe, from that, you can now then start to pick out and identify new indicators that you could measure to get a more quantitative idea of that. So actually get a concentration.
Thank you, Josh. We need to move on to a separate question. I have a question from Bruce right here, and then you will be right after him. Thank you.
My question is to John Griffin. You said you were successful with the coliphage in the San Diego area. Do you mean that you're successful detecting them, or you were successful in getting predictive human health outcomes?
Well, that's a good question. So we were successful in measuring them there. We mostly didn't find them elsewhere, but they did co-occur with actually with indicator bacteria sometimes, and also with human marker. There isn't any criteria yet in terms of a numerical standard. That's something that EPA is working on, but it's still in the works. So what it means and how it's related to the epidemiology studies and what number will be, you know, a threshold value is not yet known.
And so, Bruce, just to kind of make sure the flip side of that coin is also talked about, we measured dozens of other beaches in Southern California and did not find coliphage, which is a good sign that we, during, you know, dry weather, we're not finding lots of sewage in the ocean.
Yeah. The one other place that we did find it was at a beach that is where a lagoon drains where a sewage discharge, a disinfected sewage discharge there, and they were much lower than Imperial Beach.
Thank you, Amanda.
So I know that this is all my panel of scientists, but I'm gonna push you and ask sort of more of an implementation question. We're looking at a lot of potential for different indicators. We currently have sort of two, you know, that rule them all, you know, E. coli and Enterococcus. Do you think, given the importance of sources, that we're potentially moving towards having a suite of indicators that, depending on your source, your primary source, say in your watershed or in your drainage area, you know, you might have a little bit of a menu of, okay, in this watershed, I know that I don't have any wastewater treatment input, but I've got a lot of birds, or vice versa, that rather than having a single indicator for either marine or freshwater, that we might be moving towards having indicators that are tailored to the sources that lead to your area of interest from a, and I'm talking about this from a regulated community perspective.
Provocative. Maybe it's not really that provocative. But like, do you really think that any urbanized area can completely eliminate human sources? Like, could you ever go to a table and say, there's no human sources in this like area, so we're gonna use this other indicator, which is for areas that don't have human sources?
No, I'm not necessarily asking that, but what I'm saying is, if you have an area that's well-defined and you know what your sources are, and I'm not necessarily saying, no, there are not going to be human sources, but there could be rural watersheds where you're not going to have, you know, I mean, California's a big place. And I guess what I'm, from an implementation perspective, I like that there's a lot of research going on that's trying to get us better information. But to be perfectly frank, I'm also worried about having to measure and quantify 6 to 7 different indicators to kind of generally give me, and then how do I judge compliance? You know, I mean, it's like.
Yeah, well, I would say, like, let's just assume it's human and go from there. I don't know. That's probably not a good answer. I won't.
So I think this is a really interesting question. I think that the answer is, and if anybody here wants to disagree with me, this would be a really interesting conversation, is that I don't think we know yet. I think there's some things we know. Like, I don't think it's okay, this is me speaking. I'm not so convinced about having, you know, like a whole bunch of different things that you got to measure and a whole bunch of different things that you all, like that you have a low chance of exceeding, but you exceed one and then you're in trouble. I like, that doesn't really ring true to me. I think simpler is better. It's not clear to me that we know exactly what the elegant, simple solution looks like yet. I think that in many cases, what we have works fine. I would say, okay, those places are kind of off the table. Great. You have something that works, it's simple, great. But how about the places where it doesn't really work? And I think that that's what we're all kind of working on. And so I'm going to disagree with Ali a little bit here, okay, which is this is kind of fun. But I mean, I think that you don't have to have zero human. I think that if you can have high confidence that you have some low level, whatever that means, of human, that there potentially are other pathways forward. And I think that the work would be to figure out what that looks like and have it be simple and have it be robust.
But the challenging part is that we don't have a way to figure out what percent is human, percent of what is human. Jeff and I have had this debate many times. Like, how do you measure the percent of human? What does that mean even? And so I think we haven't figured that out yet, and it's been 10 years. So yeah, I mean, I think simpler is better, and I get it. Like, we don't want a different standard for every region of California or every beach of California, but maybe I do agree with Jeff in that maybe like most of California is the same, and there are some places where things aren't working, and those get examined more closely, and a bunch of work goes into deriving a standard that makes sense and is scientifically defensible.
Charles, do you mind if I put in a...
Please.
So, Amanda, I'm very sympathetic to your question. And that's because I work with lots of stormwater managers who are measuring kind of the traditional bacteria indicators. And particularly during wet weather, it's like high everywhere all the time. So what do I do? And a lot of the conversation today, specifically in the summit kind of goals, is about criteria and objectives. My answer to you is we don't need 14 different criteria for 7 different indicators. You know, Rebecca may choose at the end just to keep it to just a very small number, but these other tools allow you to address those implementation issues of if it's high everywhere all the time, which one do I tackle first? And that's actually not imaginary or wishful thinking. That's actually how it's being used right now. And yeah, some of the QMRA that Ali and Jeff have done are very useful, starting to answer that question about, okay, which sites should I tackle first? So it's a more of a priority setting exercise. And I think all of those things can be very useful for that.
Yeah, so they're more like screening tools rather than compliance points, or not necessarily screening, but sort of like directing you to, okay, how do I track and find and address, rather than safe and not safe.
Correct. And so with that, there's been so much technology development just in the last 10 years that they've been arguing, that I would put something on the list of things that Rebecca might want to consider is revising the state's source implementation manual. That would be super useful to everybody in the room and everybody online. And it wouldn't be that hard of an exercise, to be perfectly honest. So.
I like all the power that you're giving.
You said you wanted ideas for the future.
Would you guys mind holding your comments just briefly? Brandon had a question in the back. Would you like to ask it?
Hi, this is for Jeff and Ali. I appreciate your discussion about, Jeff, you presented a slide that showed the percent human, and people who are in the field understand that that's very difficult to measure, but you're saying that there's shades of gray. Allie, you made the point about, what urban beach have you been to where you didn't detect human, right? It's extremely rare, especially in wet weather, but there's shades of gray. So what about beaches that have low human? So my question for you is about the level of confidence in your QMRA thresholds. We saw a nice summary from John Ravenscroft about the level of effort that went in, the amount of science that went into, and the amount of certainty that was needed in order to establish and then refine and reestablish the original REC criteria over decades. We probably don't want to wait decades because there's a lot of money being spent and efforts being spent to address the bacteria problem. So I'm just curious, in your perspective, where are you in your level of confidence and certainty in the thresholds that you're developing compared to the ones that they've accepted for the standards that establish the E. coli and enteral limits?
That's a hard question. I mean, we talked a lot about this, Jeff and I, when we were working with the San Diego group on like an exercise to look at HF183 for their use, and developed confidence bounds and margins of safety. I will say, like, it's possible. It's a different type of uncertainty or error or variability than those that would come from the type of thing John was talking about. So in my mind, it's hard to compare the two. And I think it's an interesting question, but I don't have like a really straightforward answer to it.
Yeah, I actually really like the way you framed that question, Brandon. So this is related to something that I wanted to say earlier, and I kind of bit my tongue on it. But I think it's important to understand So John Ravenscroft did a great thing for you earlier today, and he kind of laid out what EPA went through, and then they set national criteria. Okay, they set criteria for every water body in the country. Now, think about that for a sec, right? And so I think you need to keep that in perspective, like moving forward. Like, it doesn't have to be 100% exactly right forever in order to do something, and apply everywhere, but it's got to be pretty darn good. And so there's like this balancing act. And so I feel pretty good about what we did. If those numbers were considering being used, I think it'd be really important to have other people besides the two of us sitting in a room going like, well, what do you think about this number? What do you think about that number? I think that that's really important. And also understanding that stuff changes. Like, for example, one of the critical parameters that, everybody would use, gets updated. And so was what we did wrong? Well, no, it was the best available information, but you can't be scared to move forward with what you have, and so I feel pretty good about what we did. But if I do think that it should be reviewed, and I think that it would have to be vetted, accordingly. And I would not at all be surprised. I would be shocked if nothing changed, right? Like something new is going to come up. Somebody's going to have a study that says, oh, your bounds are a little too low, or your bounds are a little too high, or oh, the shape of that's wrong, and fair enough.
All right. There was a hand up here in the front, and then after her, would you like to still ask your question? Yes. Jim, bring the mic for you.
I guess I just wanted to give context related to the question earlier that kind of generated, is there any beach without human source? We're not just monitoring beaches, and we're not just regulated on beaches. And I actually do have a storm drain outfall that does not have human contamination. It has raccoons and it has dogs. But I'm being held to the same standard as a beach in an intermittent river. So for, I guess the policy perspective, and maybe this is something for tomorrow or the next day, I have a $300 million compliance obligation to build infrastructure to deal with that situation. And I'm lucky. I'm on the low end, okay? Like, this is, I've said this to a lot, this is mission to Mars money, okay? And and the science is fantastic, and I'm learning so much today. but we have implementers who are trying to make the water safe to the best we can and safe, shellfish safe to eat, although we don't have shellfish in our river. So I guess my question is, how can we implement the best science that we have now without having to go through a 10-year regulatory process to be the beneficiaries of it? How can we gain trust with each other as implementers, regulators, stakeholders? And that's the real, that is the multi-billion-dollar question. And that's the answer I need coming out of this.
No, I agree. I don't know if anyone would specifically like to answer to that, but I think you're right, and you mentioned it during your question as well. I think that's a definite goal coming out of this summit is we want to try to identify action items going forward, and actions from individuals in your situation. What's my roadmap forward, right? And I hope that we can get clarification throughout these 3 days. But on top of that, John, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I just want to, I know where Amanda's question came out. For the MS4s, we're really held responsible through the permit, through the TMDL numbers, to meet this mostly based on the FIB-based numbers. And as we have discussed all over the place today, from different angles, there are issues. The source matters. And, we also know that this is how we want to come up out of this summit, to craft a pathway forward, because ideally, we, through the, with a focus on the source, with a focus on the real risk for swimming, for consumption of shellfish, how we actually can deal with it. One of the options, we talk about different sources, could be the construct of the criteria. It's instead of strictly meeting the numbers, it could be performance-based, where if there is a threshold or the numbers being exceeded, we take a look at the sources, because sources matter, right? We're not saying that if the human sources exist, if we have a way to track the sources, we're going to deal with it. The MS4s, we have spent probably the last 10, 20 years to figure out what are the best, most efficient, the most effective way of finding the human sources, and probably the other sources as well, and dealing with it. We have faced with enormous issues with unsheltered persons. For MS4s, I will challenge anybody that can tell me that they don't have this issue for the urbanized area. There are issues with, we have to work with wastewater folks to, for the collection system, how, their CIP, the Capital Improvement Program, and for the MS4 CIP, we can actually, how we could design our CIP in a 50, 100-year time frame to better address the issues. So all of this coming together, really, this is the issue we have to deal with for the MS4, and for the scientific community to provide more tools for us to do, so that we not only know where the issues are, but also we can see where the solutions are.
Wonderful. Thank you, John. And again, I do hope that you're able to attend all 3 days of this event, because again, the science panel is only one aspect of this event. And over the next few days, we'll be getting into deeper aspects of both the regulation and then how we can all work together to move forward on this. So with that, I think we have time for another question. I see a hand all the way in the back there. If someone wants to run a mic, appreciate it.
Hi, Amber Baylor. I'm the Director of Environmental Compliance for the South Orange County Wastewater Authority. I want to give a thanks to Rebecca for setting this up. The symposium's great for you and your team and everyone that's in attendance today. thanks to the panelists. And I have a question as it relates to kind of the gap between the EPI studies and the QMRA. One of the questions I had while looking at the data, specifically for South Orange County, was really where the dead bodies were, and that's really the clinical data, the kind of the gap between the EPI and the QMRA. So what I did was I tried to look at the ICD, the International Classification of Disease, to try to understand health-seeking behaviors as it relates to some of these risk thresholds for, people who get sick, essentially, and somebody who just came off of a food poisoning event. I didn't go seek professional clinical help, but really trying to understand these risk factors and health-seeking behaviors, and that kind of the use of scientific tools between QMRA and EPI studies. Wondering, the question is for the panelists, is has you considered, these ICD databases? Have you found anything? I wasn't able to find much, but I'm sure you're much more skilled than I on trying to help in some of the assumptions into your modeling exercises.
Thanks for being so patient. I saw your hand up there for a long time. I was just going to say, I think in general that we think that for gastrointestinal illnesses, that those are generally not reported, and that most people do not seek clinical care when they have diarrhea, or they might attribute their bout of illness to food poisoning and not even think about water exposure. So using databases in that way hasn't been that useful. I've thought personally about, looking for people Googling like Pepto-Bismol. And just as an example, I thought it would be good to point out that there was a massive waterborne outbreak of Cryptosporidium in Milwaukee in the 80s. And the only reason, and people were getting it from drinking water, and the only reason they figured out that there was an outbreak was because the stores ran out of like Pepto-Bismol. And so at that level, if you can't detect it through clinician visits, like you're not going to detect recreational waterborne illness. And about shellfish outbreaks, outbreaks associated with shellfish, those do get into the news. Like I read about them in Marin County a long time ago, not recently. So those are just some thoughts.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So we've reached the time for our panel for today. So we would like to switch over to the next activity. Ryan, you want to take it away?
Sure.
Thank you all.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank all 6 of you. That was extremely useful, really helpful to have you kind of playing off each other's ideas. Obviously, the people, experts that we wanted to be here. So with that, here's what I'd like to ask all of you to do. This is the conclusion of this first day. I'd love to ask you to turn again to the 1 or 2 people around you and give everyone an opportunity just to share at least one aha that you have from today, one thing that's sort of a significant light bulb or takeaway. I saw a number of you throughout the day sort of having a facial expression of, wow. So why don't we just take 5 minutes or so to do that? Find, a couple people around you, one thing you're taking away from today going into the next couple of days of starting to look at thinking about opportunities, where we go from here, what this all means, questions you're sitting with. So go ahead, take about 5 minutes. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to ask everyone just to take another minute to 2 minutes, and then we'll gather. All right. So I'm going to ask you to wrap up your conversations with each other, which I hate to do. So if those of you who are still kind of at it, which is wonderful to see, I'm going to ask just to hear from some of you about your ahas. And I know that there were a number of them because I walked around eavesdropping, and it seems like there were a lot of great things being discussed. So would some of you be willing to just share the conversations, snippets of the conversations you just had? What stood out for some of you? What takeaways? What questions are percolating? Bruce, and I think our mic runners may have left, so I'm going to grab this mic and bring it to you, but if someone would be willing to, yeah, that would be good. Come on up. Come on up.
My aha moment was that, since stormwater agencies are in the majority here, that wastewater treatment plants kill the bacteria, but they don't necessarily kill for the viruses. Maybe we've given them a pass too early, and we should bring them back into the equation.
I hope someone's writing these down. What else? What other ahas? Yeah, go ahead. Here comes the mic. And thank you for speaking to the mic so that online folks can hear as well.
It was really interesting for me. I come from more of a watershed management perspective than the technical. So it was really interesting seeing all the scientific studies showing that the source really does matter, how the human sources is correlated to the amount of risk. So actually seeing that, because one of my questions, just thinking out the regulations, is how do we know it's the human sources are risky? So seeing those scientific articles really helped.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, there's one in the far back. Thanks, Karen.
I think we're representing here in wastewater corner over here. And clearly we need to do a little bit better on the education related to wastewater treatment and the technicals, because maybe a refinement in some of the statements would be a little bit better, more in order. So thank you.
Thank you. What else is percolating out there? What did you hear come up in your conversations? Even if it wasn't something that you raised, but something that you heard that you thought was an interesting takeaway. Yeah, go ahead. Other ahas.
I just want to really appreciate Amanda's discussion with the panel, because I think a revised standard is something that maybe I can hope for near the end of my stormwater career. But I think my takeaway was, we've got the standards we've got right now. Maybe what we have is a better toolbox to figure out why we're exceeding those standards and what those source components are to help us actually manage. So.
Great. Yep. I see 1, 2, possibly down here. Thanks. Thank you for sharing these, by the way. This is great.
Since I am the shellfish tip of the spear, I was very interested in what Vanessa was saying, and I think what really struck me was all the things beyond water quality that the commercial program evaluates and regulates on. And so I think that's something that we need to consider, not necessarily on the objective side of the standard, but on the beneficial use side of the standard, is designing that beneficial use so it protects for all those other factors. Because just because we're addressing the bacteria water quality for shellfish safety does not mean that shellfish are necessarily safe to eat. And I think we need to think about how we communicate shellfish safety to the public, because that's way too nuanced for a public message to be helpful.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, John.
Yeah, I just, our group, we huddled together, we're MS4s. So, there are a lot of really great technical discussions for today. We are still a little bit stumped in terms of how MS4s could see a way out in terms of a pathway to compliance. So I actually wonder, for the Waterborne staff, I know that Rebecca has been, putting this together. It's a very good platform, and we can see that there could be some effort statewide to dealing with the bacterial objective. My question actually is for the regional board staff. If they are working on a bacteria TMDL, from their perspective, how the MS4s, what MS4 permittees could do to comply with the TMDLs, because I know our LA friends and for Orange County, the bacteria TMDLs has been dragged down, right now, mostly either at or past the compliance deadline. We're going through TSO or extension process. Still we don't see the end at sight, from the regional board's perspective. What the MS4s could expect in the next 5-10 years, and what we could do to attain compliance.
So this is great, and you're seeding conversations that we're going to be having over the next couple of days. I mean, if any regional board staff has sort of initial thoughts based on today that you might respond with, not to get deep into the conversation, but just in terms of thinking from today and in general. Is there anyone who would like to take a stab at that, before, knowing that we're going to be having these discussions? Yeah, and otherwise I would take that question almost as sort of food for thought and things that we're going to be coming back to. I think exactly.
We will come back to that tomorrow afternoon, actually. So we got another panel discussion kind of similar to this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, with some folks representing the regional water boards. So it's a good, you're kind of, like you said, planting a seed a little bit for tomorrow.
Perfect. All right. Any others that you just want to share from yourself or anyone else before we conclude? Okay. Thank you. That was a great
I have
sample.
one.
Yeah, please.
Rebecca is all powerful.
I know. I love the power you were given today.
If only that worked at home. But can I just take a moment?
Yeah.
So since I have the mic, and I am all powerful, apparently. I really want to say thank you to everybody who spoke today. I really took a lot away from, I had a lot of the aha moments from this afternoon's panel and the presentations. I know, John, coming all the way from DC, Allie, you broke away from some other really critical research in order to join us today. Everybody who's been at SWRCB, who's been working on this, Jeff, there is just an incredible amount of experience and knowledge on this subject that you guys have brought to us this afternoon. And I just really want to say thank you for it, because you guys made it really worthwhile. So can we all give them a round of applause, please?
Well, and to everyone who spoke today, I think thank you. Yeah. I know there were many moments I saw people like going to do this and then holding back. So we'll do that each day. Okay, so a couple of quick comments before we wrap up and leave. One is that if there are things that you were left with today that as you're walking out you think, oh, I hope we get to that, we have just a flip chart over here, parking lot, bioswale, place to put comments. I have a couple markers, feel free to grab them and make notes. Secondly, just a reminder about the questions and the question cards that tomorrow we'll do a sort of a similar thing, so feel free to grab more of those cards tomorrow if you are left with questions that didn't get answered. And we are going to gather here at 9 tomorrow. If you are a small group facilitator, please come a little early and we'll have a little chat before. But just to remind everybody, tomorrow we're going to twice throughout the day get in smaller discussion groups. And again, apologies to the folks online, because I know that that's not something that we have the technology to do in the building. But we'll give instructions about that. But one thing to know is when you come in tomorrow, the folks in here, you'll see that there's going to be a QR code that you'll scan into your phone if you have a phone that does that. And it'll take you to a poll. Don't do anything with it, but do scan the thing as you come in, the code, and we'll instruct you about when to take the various polls. And they're just snapshots. They're, again, just give a sense of what you all in the room are thinking at any given time. Okay. There's happy hour at Drake's. If you have questions about where it is, it's in your packet. Is it in their packet or no? It's use Google Maps. Oh, right here. I knew it was somewhere. So right here where Christina's pointing, anyone who wants to go, we'll see you there. There's going to be a couple of fire pits, I think, that are reserved. And is there anything else, planning team, that we want to say? Just a humongous thank you to everybody. Yeah, go ahead, Karen. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone gets to Drake's first and there's a reservation under Ashley and Karen, and you can say that. By 5:30, if you get there a little early, it's no problem if you go there. If you want to walk, it's about 30-minute walk from here, I think, ish. It's on the other side of the river. It's on the other side of the river, at least 30 minutes. Any other questions, comments? I think we're good. Thank you all so much. We'll see you at the bar and then tomorrow morning. Go ahead.
Hey, about Drake's, the barn, they have good pizza. They have a lot of non-alcoholic drinks too. It's all, serve yourself. It's really casual and easy. There you go.